Good morning. We'd just like to let everybody know 5 minutes and we will be starting at 0900. Okay, got an announcement. If you have not signed in the book as an officer or a guest or a committee chairman, raise your hand. The second vice president is get everybody moving around on me. Good morning. We'll call this executive committee meeting for December the 14th to order. The chaplain will give us the invocation.
Before we go to prayer, there's a couple prayer concerns we have. Delegate Jimmy Malone is now in hospice care. His cancer came back, and he's decided not to continue on treatments. Also, Chaplain Chuck Ward's father passed away, so he's dealing with that. Let's go to prayer. Almighty God, as we enter in this season of celebration for your delivering of your Son, Jesus, for us, Father, we just thank you for that. We thank you for this time, fellowship, and enjoy holidays. Father, we ask you to be with us today as we do the business of the association, Father, for your guidance and wisdom in doing the business for the best for the fire service in the state of Maryland. Father, we ask in your Son's name. Amen. To the flag.
From President Skip Carey, and then President Fitzgerald from Berlin. Listen, old talk, all right? Follower.
There we go. Now we're live at 5. I'd like to welcome you all here today. Particularly would like to issue thanks to the fire department. They've been excellent in helping us with setting up for this and for last night for the meet and greet. Also, one quick announcement. Mr. Chairman, can I do my announcement before you get to business? A couple of months ago, and it had to for some personal problems. We had a gentleman who filled in for him in that time frame. It's my exceptional pleasure to announce that, are we still working? Can you hear me now? Beautiful start. Yeah. Anyway, that's my decision.
Thank you, David. We appreciate your hospitality. Then, Bill, you're up for guests and officers.
Under officers, we have President Carey, First Vice President Charlie Simpson, Second Vice President myself, Secretary Doyle Cox, Assistant Secretary Jonathan Dayton, Assistant Secretary Richard Coons, Financial Secretary Mitch Vogt, Chief Chaplain John Long, Attorney Mike Farlow, Assistant Parliamentarian Kenneth Bush, Assistant Parliamentarian Harper Woods, Executive Director Kate Lovelace, and Executive Assistant Lynn Hawkins. In the Executive Committee, we have Chairman Roger Steger, Vice Chairman Mark Bilger, Vice Chairman Malcolm Faust, Committee Member Ron Block, Committee Member Steve Cox, Committee Member Timothy Dayton, Committee Member Dale Fishak, Committee Member Charles Chip Jewell, Committee Member Lee Lutz, Committee Member Douglas Simpkins, sorry. How did I mess your name up? That's right. Committee Member Randy Smith, Committee Member Buddy Sutton, ex officio member Eric Smothers. Okay. Past presidents, we have Mr. 1987, 1988, Mr. Bob Cumberland. 2000, 2001, we have Roger Steger.
Thank you.
2002, 2003, Mr. Gene Worthington. 2004, 2005, Jacobs. Let's see. 2008, 2009. 2010, 2011, we have Bull Cox. 2011, 2012, Dave Lewis. 2017, 2018, Mark Bilger. 2019, 2020, I may mess this last name up, Mike Faust.
You sure you got that right?
And 2023, 2024, Mr. Eric. Under trustees, we have Chairman Jeff Clemens. And under the partners, at Maryland Fire and Rescue Institute, Director Mike Cox Jr. We have Rebecca Gilmore from Shock Trauma. From MSP Aviation Command, First Sergeant Larson. MDEM, we have Bill Hildebrand. This might be his last time as MDEM, isn't it, Mr. Bill? Congratulations on your retirement. Went through all that, and I don't have any more. So, oh yeah. Okay, the officers of the Ladies Auxiliary have President Sherry Steffen, Senior Vice President Joan Kramer, Junior Vice President Holly Trego, Financial Secretary Kay Trego, Chaplain Samantha Butterfield, Guard Kim Shelton, co-chair, Ms. Sharon Worthington. Ms. Sherry will have the past president. That's all.
Excuse me. And we'd like to recognize the president of Committe County Fire Association, Ms. Howell. Thank you for coming. I know it. I can't help that part. Holly, yes. Miss Holly. She's back there. Holler. Okay. We're going to spend another $1,000. We'll get it working by tomorrow. All right. Before we get into the president's reports, I'd like to call on Executive Committee member Lee Lutz. He would like to speak with us for a few minutes this morning.
I'm not going to try and use the microphone. It's in and out. I can barely hear every other word. But my name is Lee Lutz. For those of you who don't know, I'm the Executive Committee member for Prince County. Today, I'm going to declare my candidacy for the office of Maryland State Firefighters. I'm a life member and president of the Glendale Fire Association. I'm past president of the county volunteer current calls for the MSFA, and I've been serving at this time since about 2018. So I feel like being an asset to the MSFA as I move forward. I thank you all for your support.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I want to apologize. For some reason, my report didn't upload to the reports, but I will get it when I get back home. I have several different functions throughout the state. I went to Rocky Ridge anniversary. Myself and Vice Chairman of the Executive Committee, Malcolm Faust, we've traveled. We spent all day going to different fire departments, and we ended up in Smith Island with their association meeting. It's been a real trip. This past week, I had 9, 4 of which were on Tuesday. So it's been very exciting for the first 6 months of my term. So that's my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to play a Dave Fitzgerald here. I won't even try that microphone, so President Fitzgerald did the right thing. I think everybody can hear me. I usually talk loud enough. My request that it is electronically on the file for the MSFA Executive Committee report. A few things to bring up, and first, I'd like to thank you both of our hosts here today, President Fitzgerald. It's always a good opportunity to come here, as we've always got something interesting, and particularly this time try it now. Hopefully it won't be cutting out, right? Okay, so cutting out. A lot of things happened. That interesting things that took place. One was I'd like to thank the County Volunteer Fire and EMS Association for their hospitality. The Honor Guard had a presentation. During that presentation, they presented the Maryland State Firefighters Association with a certificate of appreciation. For those that don't know, the Volunteer Fire and EMS Honor Guard is very active with the association, not only at the also at the Maryland Fire Rescue Foundation services in May. So thank you, and I'll present this certificate of appreciation to the President. And thank you. Had an interesting meeting up in Allegheny, Garrett, last week, and a lot of great activity going on up there. And we're trying to continue to work with them, keeping that as active as possible. A lot of good things happening there. I also had the pleasure to attend the Damascus Fire Company's 80th anniversary celebration and present them with a certificate of a recognition for 80 years. A very active group in Montgomery County. Congratulations to them for their many activities and happenings. So just a few things that we're working on, and a lot of things happening within the legislative committee. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that we're here to represent the volunteers and to get out there and make sure that we're treating them right. We all are experiencing the problems of trying to get people not only to meetings but to get to training, to get out there and service. It's like 5 years ago it seemed like it was as bad. Now it seems like after the COVID, getting people out and moving is a problem. I believe that a lot of that is communications, and I thank the volunteer trumpet and Jonathan Dayton for the great job they're doing as far as getting information out and trying to keep our people informed. The website seems like it's increasing, our MSFA.org, and we're getting a lot of great information out through that. But much of this can be done by you and all of us as far as dealing with the public, dealing with the people that we associate with and we run into. So that's the key. Just get the communications, get information out, and talk to people. And thank you all for what you do.
Chairman,
When you sit down.
it's been a busy time since we met at Union Bridge. Evidently, in 1924, there was a virus in the air that caused people in Maryland to want to form fire departments. I think I've been to four, representing the association, I've been to 400th anniversary events. 130th, that happened to be the MSP with at Pikesville, which was extremely good, and a couple of 50 anniversary ones. That's great. It's great to see that the departments are there. The departments are you. They're out working. We've been all over the state. We traveled, Charlie and I, just last Sunday. We're at Allegheny Garrett's county meeting in Orleans, a place that I never knew existed, other than in Louisiana. The job that we three have is more of a PR job. Help you all. Job of getting out We've been showing the flag of MSFA, and we've been having some very good conversations with people. We're finding out that the problems that exist for the individual fire departments are the same problems that exist for our organization, only the scale is just a little different for us. It's imperative of what First Vice President Charlie said, that we communicate. Communication, the key to success. Just like the movie, what we have here is a failure to communicate. We get in trouble when we have that, and we've had it a couple of times, and we're trying to work around that. The important thing is that my cohort, my mentor, Roger, keeps telling me, teamwork, we're a team, and we are. We used to call ourselves a brotherhood, and then by the finally getting smart and allowing the women to come in and be firefighters and EMS personnel, we started added sisterhood. I don't like either one of those names at all. The term I like, and I think if you listen to this, you understand, is family. You look out here, we're nothing more than one big family. We have the same problems that an individual three-member family has. We have the same successes that an individual family has. We fight against one another, just like a family does, but God help anybody that comes against us, because we unite. That's the thing. We, all of us, unite, and we become stronger, and that's what we need to do. This weekend we'll do that. Again, our thanks to Berlin, to Chief Fitzgerald, thanks to all the people that have helped here set this up. Even Oil, who finally got us our directories, he does come through, okay? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Executive Director. Hey. All we can do is talk.
Okay, let's see. That's better. Okay. Good morning, everyone. So my report's been electronically filed, if you had a chance to review it. It's kind of lengthy. I'm not going to go piece by piece through it. You'll see all of the updates that we continue to work on through the office with Lynn and I and with our SAFER coordinators. Key points that I'd like to reference is what First Vice President Simpson mentioned was the website. You'll see in my report the increase in traffic and user engagement. So since we've been doing a lot of our paid and organic posts through social media, we've been able to increase our traffic on the new website dramatically. So even though it's starting to do that winter season drop off, we had really are standing steady with customer traffic. So getting a lot of good information out to the Maryland Fire Service and beyond every single day. You'll see all of the SAFER grant updates. I won't belabor them and read each one, but we are continuing to work with the Maryland Fire Chiefs for their training projects that they have coming this next year, which will be the final year of our SAFER grant. So please continue to share the opportunities that we offer through the SAFER grant and make sure that we're providing these services and programs to the departments. We are intending, and we have pretty much the entire application completed so far with a few tweaks left to go, but we will be applying for a new SAFER grant in this upcoming application period, which opens actually Monday. So we will continue to work with the Maryland Fire Chiefs. We will provide the narrative to the grants committee, have them review it, and just make sure that everything is in line with what our initiatives will be for the next 4 years if we're blessed enough to get another SAFER grant. A couple of things that were not in my report. We did receive a proposal for putting the directory online. I know that's been a topic of conversation over the last couple of years. I'm not sure if that requires approval or whatever, I'm not sure, but we do have a proposal to put it online where it would be searchable, it would be password protected, and there would be an option for people to opt out of the online version if they so choose. It would only be emails and phone numbers, not addresses. And it would coincide with an online app. So if you were out and about and you didn't have your paper directory with you, you could bring up the directory on your phone. And so that's something that we're looking at. Obviously, that's something that would have to come from all areas, the officers, the executive committee, but we do have a proposal for that. President Smothers, past President Smothers, do you have a comment?
No, we're going to wait till you get done, but
Oh, okay.
in reference to that, so just hold that thought.
Okay. The other two things that I have outside of my report is we're working with 2 vendors for the new MSFA apparel. So there will be some items that will be posted online via shopping link. So in case, most people go to their mom and pop or whoever they're used to using, but in order for people to have a larger shop of items with the new logo and the new name, we're working with one outside of Baltimore and one in Southern Maryland. So once we get those shopping pages up and running, we'll be sharing the links with everybody. And lastly, the tax documents for 2024 have been updated and posted online. We had a couple of tweaks we needed to do this weekend, and I think Austin, he's kind of down with a cold this weekend, so he got that stuff up and ready for us. So if there's anybody that has any questions regarding the tax documents, they can reach out to Chairman Hemphill. I want to acknowledge, obviously, my executive assistant, Lynn, who is obviously continuing to do all of the back-end work at the office. I appreciate her support for another few months that we've been here through 2024. And I do want to acknowledge Dale Bowen, who I believe is the only SAFER coordinator here today. So Dale. So if you have any questions regarding anything recruitment or retention for SAFER, you can partner with Dale this weekend. But other than that, that's all I have. I hope everybody has a wonderful holiday season, and I'll take any questions.
Well, I actually have 2, but I know we're getting ready to redo the SAFER grant. Are we looking for increased funding direction? Is it going to be set up the same way?
So there'll be different buckets, different programs that we're looking at, rather than some of the programs that really didn't perform well or that weren't taken advantage of too much. So we're going to revamp those into other programs that will generate better spending, but it will be probably around the same amount, 2.2, 2.3, and fewer coordinators. So we'll have probably 3 or 4 coordinators rather than the 6 or 7 that we've had that will do more condensed work rather than spreading it out all over the state.
Okay. And the second item, which under my term, I want to say thank the folks that really did the back-end work for getting our new website. I think it's working good for us. And that was one of the things, is putting our directory online, because everybody lives off of a cell phone. So, and I think it's great. Those folks that want to opt out certainly should be able to. But I think, and I'll make it a motion that we put our directory online, if that's helpful to you. so that we can move forward, because everybody lives by electronics now, so you might as well move forward with it. I think it's going to be a lot easier. It also helps our state officials when they need to look somebody up and they don't have a book.
Okay, we have a motion by past President Eric Smothers and seconded by Tim Dayton that we approve having the directory put online. Any discussion? You got a comment?
Just a reminder that it can be, or they will make it to where we can get in. There'll be a handful of people that have access, whoever is deemed to have access to the directory, to be able to go in and make changes in real time. So in case there's a change of a phone number, an update, or an email, it can be done and posted within, a few minutes rather than having to wait the full year.
So is that going to be the administrator of that? 'Cause I don't
No,
think
so whoever within the MSFA would have access. So I'm assuming the secretary's office and
Right,
whoever
you and
else is
Lynn
deemed.
and the secretary, yeah, so, I mean, that would be, once you submit.
very small
say-
group of people
yeah,
to be able to
so
get
you
in and
say,
edit
hey,
it.
I'm changing my address and stuff, and then somewhere in a timely fashion, it's gonna get changed
Yeah.
between the group, the small group of you.
And what we'll do is we'll put the notification out that if you want to opt out, you have until March 1st of 2025 to opt out, or your phone number and email will be listed. There'll be a form. We'll create something where people can go in and just say, hey, no, I don't want to be in the directory.
Thank you both for what you do. A lot of folks don't realize the work that you and Lynn do behind the scenes, so I'll say thank you for all your help and stuff
Thank
that
you.
both of you do.
Okay, got a motion, and we'll work the details out after it passes or dies. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed.
And then for by safer funds, because it is a retention tool, so it's not going to affect our budget at all.
Okay.
One other,
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Kate, congratulations on doing the reports to all the presidents that have their email addresses. I think that's a great idea. Maybe want to expand it to some of the other delegates. And just a thought, maybe when the trumpet comes out, we could do that electronically also to some of those email addresses to help improve the trumpet rating.
Yeah, Jonathan has more information on who that goes to.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm not sure if that goes electronically.
Just a
Mark
thought.
says it did. Sure, yeah.
Who? Jonathan?
Jonathan? Who does who are you sending the trumpet to legislative wise? Does that go to everybody, or is it?
No, I'm talking about our own presence of our fire companies. That Kate has come up with sending out the MSFA reports, the executive reports, and I think it's a good idea to send trumpet and really anything else that's of importance to help boost the readership and information.
Thank you. Your report, Chapman. So if everybody gets on deck, we move along. And while we're waiting for the secretary, President Carey has an announcement he would like to make.
Through the generosity of the Ocean City Mayor's Office, I've acquired some passes for Winterfest of Lights. Get them. Only problem is, you gotta walk it. There's no tram. But I have a few.
Thank you. Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Every now and then. Here comes the man now.
It's kind of directional. I think you can actually speak to it.
Okay. Is this should be able to hear me. That wasn't no mic. Action item today for you is you need to approve the minutes of the August the 17th, 18th Executive Committee meeting at Union Bridge. Also, August the 17th, a special session. Then on September the 30th, a conference call. So those are the three that you need to approve today. Mr. Chairman, each of you should have received a copy of the bylaws. This is the official copy that you will be working by. Today we have the directors, as the president indicated. I'll be around, give out the copies to the executive committee and other members. Committee chairs. When you submit your report to MSFA, to reports at msfa.org or report, either one of them, it'll go through. Very important that you send it there. Don't send it straight to me or the president or anyone. Send it to report, and we will get a copy of it. Also on the back desk, back table is information on the next executive committee meeting for the hotel. It's located in California. The meeting will be in Ridge. So with that, anyone have any questions?
Any questions of the Secretary's report?
Just a note of thanks to each and every one in here. Some of you know that about 2 weeks ago I had a minor health hazard. I guess, put it that way, mild.
The motor quits running, you got a major problem, but.
Anyway, I want to thank you that called, sent a note. I had a minor heart attack. Went into the hospital 2 weeks ago, Saturday, and checked in an emergency room. 5 minutes later, I was upstairs in the cath lab and received a stent. No changes. Still feel fine as I did the day I walked in there. No pains. So that's the story on that.
Okay, I said we got a motion before we leave. We got a motion to approve the minutes of the 3 meetings. Second by Jewel. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passed. All 3 minutes approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Hey, Doyle,
Got a question for
you
you.
look even better, too.
Well, nothing has changed there. I always look good.
Okay, the Chief Chapman's report. Next up will be the President of the Ladies Auxiliary. You'll be up next. Thank you.
Good morning. As we enter the holiday season, I'd like to remind everyone to keep an eye on your family members and also your fire service members, as this is our high suicide rate time of the year, so please keep an eye on them. It's hard to believe the year's coming to a close, so those of you who haven't submitted your memorial requests, please get them in. As of today, we have 141. That's 300 down from normal. Only 2 special tributes this year, which is great. That means we're not dying off as fast as we have been. We just completed the Federation of Fire Chaplains Conference in Annapolis. Had 163 chaplains attend, which was great, and 31 spouses. If anyone needs anything for your events, I'd ask you to contact Entenmann's. They donated 160 dozen donuts and 120 boxes of muffins. So I'm getting T-shirts made up saying I survived the great donut conference of Annapolis. So it was right down to the wire where we still had donuts left over. Remind all your folks that February 1st is the deadline for the memorials. Get those in, and I sent the list out to you and attached to my report. So if you don't see names on there, please get them submitted. Thank you.
Any questions of the chaplain? Thank you. President. Yeah, that's fine.
It seems like it's going to work for me, and I have a big mouth. Same as the MSFA presidents, our ladies have been, the auxiliary has been going through the state. We've been doing any county meetings we can. I think we've covered it pretty well. If you have one that you don't see us or your ladies don't see us, let us know. We'll get there. And I just also wanted to announce the past presidents are in attendance today. 1995-96, Sharon Worthington. 2010-2011, Sandy Lutz. 2011-2012, Teresa Ann Chrisman. 2022-2023, Amelia Dalton. 2023-2024, Jean Main. And the next, the spring conference for the auxiliary will be April 5th in Parsonsburg. So more information will come out with that. Thank you.
Thank you. First Vice President, have anything? Okay. Okay, somebody gonna do a report for her? No report. Second Vice President, or Junior Vice President, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Betsy Marshall Fund, and then next up is the, are there fire ambassadors here? Okay, thank you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Merry Christmas to everybody.
Christmas.
And I thank you for supporting the Bessie Marshall Fund through all the years that you have. Lori is not here today, and she brings you, I bring greetings from her. Her mother-in-law passed away, Patricia Dembo. So they're having that funeral and so forth this weekend. So she's not here this weekend. We have had, in the course of 18 days, I had an additional 9 cases sent to me. So in total, we have had 18 cases so far this year. Not everyone collects the full $1,020, but the majority of people do. So if you look at that, that's, you know, well over $18,000 already halfway through the year. So we encourage you to please, I guess, the lottery tickets that we send out to everyone are a very, very important fundraiser for us. It gives you an opportunity to win money throughout the whole year. It always warms my heart when I see so many of the winners being fire companies themselves or ladies auxiliaries themselves, where the fire company buys the tickets. I encourage companies also maybe to use that as a retention tool. You know, buy the tickets, put your members' names on them. You know, when you're in a company meeting, make a motion somebody to buy those tickets and let everybody in the room fill out a ticket. That's not a lot of money to put out, you know, and it's something that you're giving back to your members. So that's one of the ways I encourage the sale of those. But anything that you can take back when you're at your meetings to encourage them to support the Bessie Marshall, we greatly appreciate that. Today, Bob Cumberland has been very gracious. He's donated a number of Afghans to the Bessie Marshall table. We have one over here that we're raffling today. I also have Bessie Marshall pins. If none of you, if you've forgotten put your Bessie Marshall pin on, we have those for sale. And I'll give you a breakdown of where all these cases come from. We have 3 from Allegheny, 1 from Anne Arundel, 4 from Carroll County, 3 from Cecil County, 3 from Frederick, 1 from Garrick, 1 from Kent, 1 from Wycomico, and 1 from Washington. The thing that really surprises me is that so many of these come in and they're not filled out completely. I have one man that I'm battling getting his Social Security number. He doesn't want to give me his Social Security security number. But you do get a 1099 for that money if it's over $600. So there's a lot of battles that you have to go through with these things and to get information. But they do the process. It's a slow process, but it gets done. And we just appreciate any help you can give us at your county level. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions, Sharon? Thank you. Great work. Thank you. I know the ambassadors just came in. I don't know if are they ready to come up and have anything to say, or come back to them?
Are these working? Yeah. But if you can maybe use like
Use the
the metal. Okay. Okay. All right, good morning, everyone. We apologize for being late. I am Madeline Mahan, and I am the MSFA State Fire Prevention, Miss Fire Prevention for this year and next, and I'm very honored to be here today. We've had a wonderful half of a year, put in almost, well, actually well over 3,000 miles on our traveling so far. It's been a lot of fun, and we're really excited for more events with you guys. A little safety tip for today is if you have Christmas trees, please keep them watered to prevent them from catching on fire. And please make sure any of your heating devices in your house, whether it's a wood stove or any portable heater, that everything is about 3 feet away and that they're not on any rug or carpet that's not rated for it to do so. So thank you guys. I'm going to pass the mic to first runner up.
My name is Caitlin Legan. I am the Miss Firemen first runner up for the year. Okay, there we go. My safety tip for today is to make sure that your chimneys are thoroughly swept when you're using your fire. No flammable objects. I've also been about 2,500 miles so far this year and been able to go to able to do this. If there are any events that you guys would like us to, please feel free to reach out.
Thank you. Dr. Chasm here. Glad to see you. The Board of Trustees is up. Attorney will be next. Like playing the lottery, but
Playing the lottery. Sharon seemed to have loved this one. I'm going to try this one. Good morning, everyone. Very happy to report that since convention last June, the trustees have not had any claims for line of duty death or line of duty injury. So right now we are working on one continuation claim from Easton for line of duty injury, but that is all that we have ongoing at this time.
thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Attorney's up. Next will be parliamentarian Kenny Bush. It is representing Richard Brooks.
Progress. Questions?
Progress.
That it?
Chaplain Long, if you ever have an event and have extra donuts, just give my brother a call. He'll take care.
Next up will be the Maryland Fire Rescue Memorial Foundation. That'll be past President Mike Faust and past President Teresa Chrisman.
Thank you, Mr. President. On behalf of Parliamentarian Richard Brooks and Assistant Parliamentarian Woods, I just bring you greetings from the Office of Parliamentarian. We similarly report progress in our office. We're here to serve you and wish you all a happy and safe holiday season. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. MDEM will be after the Maryland Fire Rescue Memorial Foundation.
Morning, everybody. It's great to see everyone. It's been a while. So, Merry Christmas. I'm going to report very briefly on the gala chairman this past year. The last count, we're still waiting on a couple of checks, but we raised about $16,000. So I'd like to thank everybody for their support and those that attended. And for next year's gala, we're still debating on who's going to be in charge of it. It might be me, maybe somebody else. But we truly appreciate the support and would like to get more support from others if we can. I've said at the Kent and Queen Anne's Association meeting, I think some of the most important things we do is recognizing our members that have achieved great things, but it's also important to recognize those that we've lost, especially in the line of duty. So please go back to your companies and sponsor tables, buy tickets, whatever you'd like to do. We'd love to have you show up in Annapolis, but around $16,000 this past year. And Teresa's going to talk about something we're going to kick back off again.
One of the biggest fundraisers that we have for the Memorial Foundation is the bricks. And Doyle handles the bricks, and people send it to him. They get it, and then Mr. Jean goes and lays them. What we used to do in the very beginning, when you purchased a brick, you got a little commemorative brick that came along with it. We reintroduced that. When you purchase a brick, you'll receive the identical brick in a 2-by-3-inch brick, I believe, and that will accommodate, come with that brick. So we're hoping that will bring a lot of importance. We do know that there have been several fire departments that instead of giving their top 10 members a plaque, they actually give them a small gift and then they present them a brick in Annapolis. I use Huntingtown as an example. Last year, their top 10 and all their officers, they did bricks at both locations, the foundation up in Emmitsburg, and then they did bricks in Annapolis. So they're looking at that, and that's one way to thank your members and truly honor those who have lost their lives in the line of duty. It's important. We've done a lot of upgrades, and as Dennis has talked in the past, we're working on the next phase of that upgrade. Slowly but surely it's coming along. I do know that he's very upset with the state of Maryland and how they pay their bills. It's taken some time for some of our vendors to be paid back. So as he brought it up before, the MSFA has graciously supported it. They'll allow us to pay those people, cover that, and then when we get the money back, whenever the Public Works Committee meets, we'll get it. But it's an important function that we really want. What we really need. Never mind. All right, I'm done.
You.
But I really think it's important that you have the opportunity to get this break. Find a way. Christmas is coming. Your holidays are coming. Birthdays. When people retire, we got a couple retirees. Let's buy them a brick. You know, so it's a unique way to say thank you. And then ultimately, go to Annapolis when you can and walk the memorial, read the names, and learn our history. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll be up after M-Dem.
Good morning. I'll bring you greetings from Secretary Strickland. Our report was electronically submitted. I'd like to start out by saying that we are in our new headquarters. We moved into it in Hanover, in Anne Arundel County this fall. For your information, the address is 7229 Parkway Drive. We're in Suite 200. We've held our first activation for the 2024 a general election in November. As I go through the report, the Office of Resilience in September, the Maryland Office of Resilience launched a resilience toolkit, a one-stop destination for resilience, resources, and information in Maryland. Using this publicly available tool. You can find information about funding, planning, data, technical assistance, and more. So check the toolkit out. The Maryland 911 Board, the members participated in the orientation earlier this fall. They have tremendous responsibility, and their work makes Marylanders safer each day. Josh Friedman, MDM Principal Counsel and Attorney General, shared the key laws and other important insights for the board. The board also recently released new recruitment videos that can be customized by all state 911 centers and PSAPs. Under our consequence management, the response and coordination, the department is planning regional information sessions for the fire and emergency services and help develop mission-ready packages in emergency management for the Emergency Management System Compact. They assist with regional exercises and help key MSFA members gain access to WebEOC. This is all about the committee that I chair, and I'll give you a brief report on that right after this. Their planning has begun for search and rescue exercise on 25-26. This next exercise will be in the area of the Loch Raven Dam in Baltimore. Following the 23-24 series on the Potomac and Frederick and Washington County area, the SAR-X will include tabletops, functional exercises, and more specific will be available in the coming months. Under the resource management, MDM continues to help create mission-ready packages for development under the Emergency Management Compact. We had quite a few assets that were deployed during the last hurricane and Helene and Milton. We had Maryland National Guards and 12 soldiers and 2 helicopters, 3 members of the Harford County Sheriff, and a planner from the county emergency services also were deployed. A PIO from the Harford Volunteer Firemen Association was deployed. Several members of MEMS were deployed, and also 3 members from our department were deployed. Again, Maryland Task Force 1 has some information there, and they are a FEMA asset. Under the communications and outreach, MDM, in conjunction with Maryland Information Network, rolled out a major enhancement of the Maryland Ready program. Maryland Ready, the emergency preparedness text alert system, allows faster message delivery and customized subscriber experience with translation in 185 languages and county-specific emergency alerts. Maryland is the first state to offer this many individual languages preference in the emergency alert systems. Then I'd like to highlight under the risk and recovery, the branch has developed an interim policy to administer the state disaster recovery fund. This will enable the fund to finance certain existing state disaster relief programs. Also, Maryland Mesonet, if you're not familiar with that, that is a series of weather stations that they are putting up. Right now, it has grown to 19 sites in 15 counties. The goal is to have at least one station in every county throughout the state. Once they get that, they will go back and put up, hopefully, second stations there as well. And that's all that I would like to do for the MDIM. I have information. I know that Bob Phillips has been talking to you guys about the differences and issues with the Amos Fund. I have information if there are any questions on that as well. Are there any questions for MDIM?
Nope. If we have any questions on 508, or do that now, or wait? Or Marshall's not here, so maybe he might have some questions. Anybody have questions on the 508? Why don't you just hit the last report that we got last night, just so everybody in the room knows if you got it with you.
He sent that to me, so I didn't get that one. So, but the one I do have, it lists the counties that got less than they did last year, and it also says why. I will say that for this year, there are 6 counties which have not done their reports, and then there are several counties that are on here that got decreases. One was decrease in qualified municipal expenditures. Another one was a decrease in the property taxes, and all this affects the money that is distributed. A maintenance of effort penalty, that's when the money from this year that was spent in the for the fire protection was less than it has been, and that causes a maintenance of effort penalty. And so, so that's what we have. I have a list of all the counties and what they did get. I know there was an issue with Baltimore County and Baltimore City, and that has been rectified and will be changed around so that they get the proper funding that they were supposed to. Yes, sir. Pardon?
Yeah, Calvert, yes.
Yeah.
The maintenance effort.
Calvert was the maintenance of effort penalty. So. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can.
Yes. It should have been sent. It was emailed out last night by Bob Phillips.
Bob
That's the latest report.
Now the one that I was not the latest. This one I got earlier in the week, and the one that's come out since, and that's the one that you guys are talking about, and it had a little bit more information on specific counties in that report.
Yeah, what we received last night, Bob Phillips, I'll send it here in a few minutes, Tim. Okay. Okay. Well, we got it last night after the reception we had. Bob Phillips got it yesterday, and he said he was going to send it out last night, but I will forward it. It's the latest one. We've been working on this. We had a Zoom meeting on Tuesday with Bob Phillips, the presidents, and myself, 2 vice chairmen of the executive committee. And at that time, we were told nobody received any money. The next day, we were told that some of the money went out, but it wasn't the same amount as last year. And we got some new people at MDIM. It's the first time they're doing it, so we can't really blame it on them. They're trying to learn the system too. So, but anyway, the last report we got as of last night, the monies has been sent out, except for some of the counties that did not have all of the report in from the companies. And I found out during this process, I thought it was on a calendar year, but it's on a physical year, so the fire reports have to be done from July 1 through June 30th, because then the fire marshal has to give a report to MDM. And if he doesn't have if the reports aren't done on time, one company can hold up the whole county from getting their funding. We don't know how we got to get this information out, but since this program started, it's been the same guidelines as far as everybody needs to report, or it holds up the whole county. So sometimes the fire marshal's information has not been up to date on their website because Berlin, who I represent on the executive committee, they were showing short on the reports, but they sent the fire marshal's office all the reports, so that were not posted yet on the fire marshal's page. So we are trying to keep this moving forward and represent the volunteers as we can and make sure that the reports are up. So we send out the information to, when I receive it, I send it to the 3 counties I represent, and we're trying to keep on top of it. Key is, if we have a problem in Ocean City, where our reports are not always up to date because the incident commander didn't fill the report out. So our chairman in Ocean City that hands them in every fire meeting, he stands up and reads everybody's name out that doesn't have a report done. So some of them go do it, and some of them you got to take them downstairs to the computer and say, okay, fill this report out. Because they don't understand they're holding up the whole county. It's not just Ocean City, it's the whole county. So, and everybody needs their money. So our comments.
Do you want me to read the 6 counties that are still delinquent in the report?
Yes, sir.
They are Caroline, Cecil, St. Mary's, Somerset, Wycomico, and Worcester.
Yep. But found out now, though, I think what our Tuesday was up to date. There again, I can't confirm that. Okay, go back to your paper. Okay, thank you. Yes, sir.
So the executive committee members are going to start getting a copy of that report. The executive committee members are going to start getting a copy of that report.
I can't answer that.
That I don't know.
Nobody can answer.
You can go to the fire marshal's office.
Yes.
There's an email address for that, but I don't have it with me off the top of my head. But you go to the fire marshal's office for under reports, and it'll give you the latest. The latest thing they had posted the other day was November 28th.
No, it's up to December 6th.
Okay.
I just checked.
Okay, thank you. You know what I mean? So you can go there. If you got that address, can you send that out to the executive committee?
Yeah.
Or
Fire Marshal's website.
the fire marshal's website, you go under NIFR's reports.
I'm only my first time, you know, because and so my concern is a better way that we can communicate this stuff, because when I was called about the first thing, first part of the week, I got one, so then I reported to the association, and then last night walking in the door, I got a whole total different thing, and he explained it to one of the county members because they was sitting up over the at the convention center, and that started a whole big crap storm. By the time we got to me and then trying to sort it all out, so we need to be thinking from the same sheet and make sure the information when we ask a question, we get the most best answer to the information so we can take it back to our people. The problem, or get to the issue by being misinformed.
Yeah, I understand, right here, I got 3 reports. I got one Tuesday, one Wednesday, and one Friday night.
Well, at least you got that.
That's in 1 week, so.
Yeah, right, but at least you got that.
So we're trying to, we'll make sure we get this out. As we get it, we'll forward it out. And I can ask.
In my
Bob.
case, I'm
Yes.
new with, this is my first time dealing with it.
Uh-huh.
and-
I understand.
Okay.
And we're here to.
And this is the first time I have seen MDM even do this, so hopefully it's something that they will continue to do so that you'll be up to date with it.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Tim
Thank
just
you.
sent it out to us for the address. Chip?
Just what we need to be looking at, we're having this kind of issue on difference reports that have been around since the inception. What's going to happen when NEARS is coming in, where we have a whole new system that's coming in? We've got to really be on our toes because this is state law.
But it's got to be changed.
Period. So now we've got to go legislatively because it has to be changed, but we're going to be required to do the NEARS report. So we got to really make sure that we're getting trained and familiar on the submission of these reports, or we're going to be way behind the time next year.
Yes.
This is all going.
Kenny Bush, has the fire marshal's office established anything yet as far as what type of procedure we're going to be doing? Because my understanding is the reports will no longer go, they're going to go straight to the Fed.
I think
We're working on that. The legislative wise, I'm not.
I believe they were working on, the current fire marshal was working on making sure that Maryland had access and had a link as our stuff was being entered, that we could see it in real time. But, so that part's being worked on, that connectivity, because there's other states that want to have that information. But the biggest part, it comes back to the chief officer on the scene not doing a report. And we've talked about this even last year. How many times did I say that, you know, and it's not just the volunteers, it's career and volunteers. So they look at the whole system. That's how you get your money back, because the money's divvied up between both entities, career and volunteer. Doesn't just go back. How it's distributed, it's up to the counties on how the money is distributed, but it all comes back to one county. So it's back to your general fund, and then it's distributed however the counties, associations, and the elected officials figured out how they want to do that. So we don't get into the weeds of that. But the crux of the problem, once the scene or incident doesn't fill out the report, then that holds up everybody. So I know we've got a check and balance in Frederick County especially for our career staff, those reports have got to be done within 24 hours, or their chief officer is calling them up. And we have the same thing for our volunteers. So the onus has got to come back to the departments, that they've got to do their due diligence to get the report in. It's nobody else's fault except the folks on boots on the ground, chief officer not doing their report. And NEARS is going to be the same way. As soon as that report's done, it's going to be live in real time. That's is to be able to see what we do nationwide in real time.
Mr. Bush?
And there are three qualifications for that. One of them is non-compliance with the reporting. And then it's failure to maintain qualified expenditures, which is property issues, which is determined by SSTAT. So.
I mean, that part we don't control. I mean, the county's doing those.
Just the report.
So our primary is to make sure that the reports are actually being done.
Yeah.
So that's our issue, and we got out to the association. Got to get the reports done, or you don't get your money. And here's the first part of that.
Yeah.
And how many times has Brian told us, if you don't get your reports in, you're not getting your money, and here we are.
Yeah.
All right, Kenny, got something to say there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In response to a couple of things, number one, as a part of the State Fire Marshal's Office report, if you look at page 10 of the report that I distributed this morning in writing, There are two pieces of information there that you might find useful regarding this topic. Number one is that there's a list of overdue fire reports as of December 10th, and there's only 4 companies on that list as far as the report from the Fire Marshal's office is concerned. The other part is the answer to the question about the impact of nearest. If you look at the next item on that page, it says there that really there has not been a policy established as to how that will impact reports for fires in the state of Maryland. However, you can see that in February, that the state fire marshal's office staff is going to attend a summit or a 3-day forum hosted by the U.S. Fire Administration to try to address the issue. It is my understanding that once those reports are submitted, which will all go directly to the U.S. Fire Administration from the fire companies, that a report will be generated back to the individual state fire marshal's office so that they will have the information on hand to report back for funding purposes. So I think that should answer your question, I think, correct?
Correct. And again, as we've said all along, at this point, the legislation says they have to go to your office, to the fire marshal's office. So if we send it to the feds only, then we're basically in violation of state law. And again, I'm concerned that we're all going to get caught not using money because it's not holding, not meeting the requirements. So that's another thing that we're going to be doing as far as an organization, the fire marshal and MDM, to reestablish or to rewrite the state law so we're not going to be in violation and not be penalized.
And part of the U.S. Fire Administration's policy will be to distribute that information back to the states. So we will have it.
Yeah. You'll have it, but again, you're not getting it
We're not
from
doing
us.
what, not doing like the law says, but I think it's being worked on. Let's see what the president has to say.
Mr. Chairman, this is addressed to both you and to Bill. Is it not possible that MDEMS could send a copy of the report that they send to the counties to the executive director's office, and she could then distribute it amongst our troops? And everybody would have whether it's an accurate report, whether it's the current report, or whether it's the report from 1872, we could all have the report. Could that not be possible?
I will have to take that back, Skip, and find out. I can really, and not in a position to answer that, but I can definitely let them know that.
Yeah, you may have to check with Russ and see what we could go. I know you're a short timer now. You can barely see over the top of your boots. You know, for the ones of us that know what that means. But a communications problem would be eliminated, definitely. Now, Kate, could you handle that if it came to you? I know the two of you could, no way, shape, or form on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
I don't have one. Bill, you're the MDM fire service personnel.
He gave that report while he was sitting there.
No, I'm good.
Oh, you get ready to do it. Sorry. I thought I had.
Well, no, I was just going to ask, with the relocation of MDM to a new facility, and I know one time Director Strickland, or Secretary Strickland said they were working on some changes. I was wondering if those changes have affected your committee and what it does or doesn't do, and something that the MSFA needs to look at.
Well, if I may continue with that report, the old fire desk, as we have known it, no longer exists. I mean, just the way that we're doing this, the way we're running the EOC is totally different. And so that, with the MDM Fire Service Personnel Group Committee, we are now working closely with them to hopefully become more involved. We did have a meeting October 1st. We met up at MDM. There were 2 people there, myself and one other, along with Lisa, and we had one that was was able to attend virtually. So the discussion that day. We will be setting up information sessions for fire and emergency services in the regions. This is something that we want to work toward. We want to lead the efforts regionally for the regional mission-ready packages, which we hopefully can get the information out, what this means, what to the local jurisdictions. We're going to help with regional exercises, and for all of us to have access. WebEOC is changing to a new platform, and if you have had a WebEOC account, you probably will not be able to get into it with your past login. So that has all been changed, and we're working with them so that our committee will be able to help them. So we are working very closely. We will be working with tracking the resources that are deployed. We have come up with a list of training that the people on this committee should have. That is listed in the MDM report and in my report as well. So that is something for all the members. So for our committee, our priorities of moving forward are to recruit new members. We only have 3 active members right now that are on this committee that if we move forward, and I think that this is one committee that's going to keep the MSFA connected to MDM and working closely with them. I will be updating the website for our page on our website to get a better definition of this committee and what it does, because it has totally changed from what's on the website. Or we'll get emails set up so that we can have access to the information we need for Access WebEOC. We're working with a lady up there, Lisa Ray, and she is working closely with us, and we're to get the updated Fire and Emergency Services SCF plan updated and whatnot. She and I have updated it. We have not gotten it finalized. Get everyone's training records in accordance to what we think should be required to be a member of this committee and to help in the SEOC. We're setting up regional training sessions on MEMAC and go over mission-ready packages and credentialing. And I want to make sure that next year at our convention that we have a breakout session where MDM and this committee can go over the MEMAC system and what it means to be deployed. So our goal is to make this a more effective committee, cultivate better working relationships with MDM. With my retirement at the end of the year, I plan to stay involved with MDM through this committee and chair the committee and building our relationship between the two organizations. So that's what I have to report to you. I don't know, Mark, if that answered your question, but it's just not, it's a lot more of doing tracking resources and helping people, if they want to be deployed, how we can help with any information they need.
Thank you, sir.
Any questions of Bill on his report? Thank you, Bill, and congratulations on your retirement, buddy.
Retirement.
Okay. Director Cox, you are up when MIFRE, Maryland State Police Aviation's on deck.
Chairman.
Morning.
Couple things update you all on. I'll start off with the EMT program numbers. The numbers as of right now are just relative and around the ones for National Registry. Right now, we're running a 73% pass rate for MIFRE classes, and then the National Registry's at 74. I wouldn't get shook up too much about those numbers. There's only 18 of the 60 classes that have went all the way through and tested, so that's the numbers we have from them right now. On the subject of that, though, I do want to make you all aware, and our folks sat in on a webinar the other day. National Registry is getting ready to change some of the ordering of questions that they do on the testing. So, again, we just seen the first webinar about that, and then we'll get some more information as we go forward and see how that may or may not affect us when they do that. Also, on EMT, the EMT research, Dr. Chismar's here. I'll let him explain it. That is changing starting July of 2025, and how the practical skills are done for the EMT research. So, instructor recruitment, as always, we continue to actively recruit instructors. Again, somebody just needs to be 21 years of age, have 3 years of experience in the field that they want to teach, and be in good standing with their department or sponsoring agency. October 30th was the last meeting of the Maryland Instructor Certification Review Board. That was the 200th meeting for the MICRB. So at the conclusion of that, there's 793 state emergency services instructors. There's 266 instructor evaluators, 17 instructor trainers, and the next meeting of the MICRB will be held in February at MIFRE. Instructor trainer issues. Over the years, we've seen a decline in those numbers. We've been working with MIFRE Tech, the Maryland Fire Rescue Education Training Commission, to come up with a solution for that. We at MIFRE have proposed a program, and I think I mentioned it, where we would do away with the degree requirements to make someone an instructor trainer. So, what our folks were proposing was that someone who has taught more than 750 hours and has so many years of experience would then be trained by MIFRE to teach instructors how to be instructors. So that is the Fire Rescue Education Commission right now. We proposed, they had a special meeting the other day to look at it. I haven't heard any conclusion one way or the other what they thought about it officially, but we'll see. As I've said before in previous executive committee meetings, we probably need to head down that road and go into the area like we're looking at, because the number of instructors continue to dwindle, and the current regulations in the COMAR, requiring someone to have a degree in education and the other requirements that come along with that is just really tough nowadays to meet. And I'm afraid as time goes on, another year or two, if we don't do something or put something in place, that it will be difficult for us to be able to train enough instructors to teach the MIFRE programs. So just keep that on your plates for the near future, and I'll let you know when we get a response from MIFRE Tech on what they were looking at. So, instructor skills, the next instructor skills programs is in April. April 12th and 13th will be the enhancements or the practices, and then the actual skills testing will occur on April 25th, 26th, and 27th. New and revised training programs. Last year, our folks had revised about 15 programs based on the changes to the NFPA standards and the Pro Board requirements. We're anticipating this year it'll be 20 to 22 new classes classes that'll be revised. So it's a significant load that our instructional developers are taking on. So we do get a lot of complaints and more here in the recent about the length of some of the MIFRE classes and things like that. So I've asked Mr. Pat today to talk to you and review the process of how we get to where we, from point A to point B with our classes and the length of them and the information that has to be in them. So, Mr. Patton, you want to give them an overview?
Sure. These are all our programs are based on professional qualification standards, NFPA professional qualification standards. The reason for that is to provide the student the opportunity to qualify for certification. So the standard basically requires certain what they call job performance requirements. The certification agencies, and there's two, there's IFSAC and Pro Board. Most of the time you hear us say Pro Board. They accredit the certifications. The standards, people write the standards, the accreditation bodies accredit the certification. They come in and review our work every 5 years. They require that we, in essence, cover every single JPR, and that we have a test element for every single JPR. Now, do we believe that all of those things that are in those standards should be there? Absolutely not. And as the director said, I've sat on the professional qualification standards for 30 years, chaired the firefighter pro-qual committee for 10 years. And I can tell you it is extremely difficult to get people and to get organization to respond to proposed changes. I'm only one vote. And when I go in and I say, why are we putting this requirement in this standard? And how does it help? How does it make a better firefighter? And quite often, those comments fall on very deaf ears. And if I can't get any support, especially from fire companies, it goes in the document. I know most of you are aware of what goes on in Annapolis, and you're aware that every year the legislature passes hundreds and hundreds of bills that the governor signs. Do any of you remember the last bill that was repealed by the state legislature? I didn't think so. Same thing happens with our standards. Once it goes in there, we can't get it out, and it stays there. And when you say to people, why is it there? They have no idea. It's just there. Some previous group, the last cycle, 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, put it in, and nobody took it out. These standards are getting more and more onerous, and they're expanding astronomically with people putting. So what I'm encouraging you to do is to get involved. Encourage your members to get involved. If you have members who have specific expertise and want to be on committees, we'll be glad to help support them in that effort. We can't cover all these documents. We don't have enough people to be on top of every single one of these documents. As I said, they're all expanding. Unlike, for instance, EMS, where they only have really, at the BLS level, one document. We have basically dozens that we're trying to stay on top of. It's getting harder and harder. One of the comments that comes up is, well, we really don't need all of this stuff that you're putting in these courses. We don't disagree with you. And if you want us to take it out, tell us what you want to take out, number one, and then be understanding that your people will not qualify for certification if that has any significant meaning to you. And I think it does to most people. That's the biggest challenge. And you are not alone. I was questioned at the Metro Chiefs meeting last week about this very thing, and this one chief was complaining that their academy is getting longer and longer, and he was blaming it on MIFRE classes. Well, in that case, I came back and did a little bit of research. As an example, our EMT class is 207 hours. Their class at their academy for EMT is over 300. We didn't insert that additional 100. They did. But I understand why they did it. It's to try and get their students to pass. When it came to rescue, our programs were certainly, they added time to it. I understand that. They're trying to do that to get their students to pass. We have the same students that came out of the same school system. And we have a great deal of difficulty as well. But the only way this is going to change is, number one, people get involved, or enough people get involved and comment on these inputs or these courses, these standards, and talk a little bit about this, and then make decisions as to whether or not the certifications are that relevant across the board. But again, if any of you have people who have expertise and want to serve on these committees, these NFPA committees, and it's a lot of work, you just can't sign up, you actually have to do the work, we will do anything we can to support their participation.
All right, good. Thank you, Mr. Pat. So I asked him to do that today, obviously because of his expertise in chairing these committees and all the years he's done that, but more so because I see the frustration in him when he comes back from being gone for a week or two and messing with all those folks and coming back look like he's ready to, you know, tear a bear in half. So it's interesting. But again, thank you, Mr. Pat. Appreciate it. All right, next up, and it rolls us right into short courses. We love short courses. I've mentioned this before. We're starting to head in that direction. But the short courses aren't the certification programs or the initial certification programs. So we've already done the alternative fueled vehicles, lithium-ion batteries that is in the short course form that is out now. Hopefully next on the list is what we're hoping for is tactics, and then we'll roll into engine company, truck company operations, things of that nature. So we have them for ongoing training, you know, where certifications are required for that. All right. The OSHA 1910-156, as you know, we had folks sitting on that work group with MEMA, members of the MSFA and the career departments, Metro Chiefs and so forth. That work has pretty much been done. Comments went in, so we'll wait to see how that shakes out. And then we have been meeting again, sending representatives up to that. That's kind of spun off now, and I think that MEMA is wanting to go back and revisit and look at just to see whether it's adequate or not, and that is the Maryland Health and Safety Consensus Standard that was published back in late 1990s, early 2000s, that came through MEMA. So they're looking at that because we are allowed to have our own program in the state if the things don't shake out with some of the changes from OSHA. So they wanted to look at that. So we're still sending the people that, we'll let you know how that goes as it moves forward. So seminars and training, we've been pretty robust with them this year as we have been last year. We assisted the Maryland Fire Chiefs with the reading smoke seminars, 4 locations around the state. A few months ago, we've had Dan Shaw in and done some engine company operations and high-rise operations seminars for us. We're going to do the registration for the Anne Arundel Fire Summit to help out the Early Heights Volunteer Department. And then we've requested another one of the rail car programs through the National State Fire Marshal Association. So we'll see. We did that last year, got a lot of great reviews and great attendance with those programs. Maryland Weekend is scheduled for February 22nd and 23rd up in Emmitsburg. The Hoagland seminar, for those of you who got this report, we didn't find out till this morning, the dates on the Hoagland seminar were changed. Still going to be held up in Rockville at the University of Maryland there. However, those dates have changed to March 8th and 9th. March 8th and 9th for the Hoagland seminar. And the MIFRE's National Staff and Command Program will be held the week of March 2nd in Annapolis. So we filled a few positions, structural designer, a position that we had vacant, the administrative assistant position got filled over at our Upper Eastern Shore Regional Training Center, and we have a new program administrative specialist up at our front desk at MIFRE. So last and but not least is I just wanted to touch on the IMT team. The IMT team years ago rolled off from being the Baltimore Regional IMT to the Maryland IMT team. Some of that, or most of that, was anchored at MEMA. I've had some discussion with Secretary Strickland, and he's informed us that that is probably going to change a bit because funding for that is running out. So while we hosted the manager and 2 deputies at MIFRE, we'll see what happens with those positions and the team once we find out more information about the funding and the lack of it. So that's all I have, Mr. Chairman. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions if anybody has any.
Question, go ahead, Randy.
How about that? Okay.
Better. Yeah, I'm aware of that, and we are working on that issue. I don't know that there wasn't enough classes proposed. The last time we looked at that, there were all the classes that were requested were proposed. Some of them didn't have the attendance to go.
Okay.
So.
I'm just sharing.
Yeah, no worries. We've been in, matter of fact, our operations chief, Steve Cox, is in close contact with the folks down there, and we're working hand in hand to make sure all that stuff is ironed out.
Okay, thank you. Overall, y'all do a good job. We appreciate it.
No problem. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you were talking about, Director Cox, you were talking about MIFRE Tech and makeup or change for the instructors that you needed. Do we need to do something here through MSFA? How can we with that? Because I think we need to probably have a conversation, or at least have a group of folks, i.e. maybe the presidents, assist you with that. And if so, we probably need to.
Yeah, I have to.
Point us in a direction.
Until I'm able to see what they're going to come out with. I wouldn't want to, do anything right now until I get the information from them.
Okay.
So once the information comes back from them, if they looked at it and they have any suggestions or they have any changes, and then we can, I think, move forward from there.
And I know it's hard to get instructors, and that's statewide. And most of the reality is most of the instructors that you have are tagged to an academy or to a college. Those folks are making a lot more money than what you're able to do, and that's not your fault.
No.
So, when we look at the instructors, that's a big issue because these folks are tied to either a department or an academy or a college, and the dollars are there for them to teach, not so much to come out and help the volunteer category and stuff. So that's the paradigm that we're in, that we can't meet that need based on, I'm a career firefighter and I make $80 an hour or whatever I'm getting paid at my rank. And, they're not going to come to you and say, hey, here's what you, so that's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
Especially when they're teaching Monday through Friday, so that puts us in a quandary here for our volunteers, so.
Yeah, no, I agree. And that's why we're constantly recruiting. And believe it or not, we do have some decent numbers recruiting. Just last month, I think they've had contact with 21 people that are interested in being instructors. So, you know, we'll start moving forward and rolling them into the system and pairing them with somebody to kind of walk them through.
Hopefully we can get the word out to our we're looking for instructors. So we got good people there. They just be able to get in that portal, and some of these folks do not have college degrees that can do the work.
Absolutely.
You know, so we need to change that shift, and I don't know how we got there with that you got to be college educated to be able to teach some of our folks. I mean, the curriculum is what it is, and if you can teach, and you know, you don't always have to be college educated.
I agree.
I'm not taking away from anything from the college
No,
educated
not at all.
folks, so I'm not taking that swipe, but we got people that can do the job.
Any more questions, comments?
Yes, any?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Great seeing you,
Appreciate
Pat.
it.
Merry Christmas to everyone.
Sir, thank you. Maryland State Police Aviation, MIMS is on deck, Dr. Chesball.
Good morning, everybody, and happy holidays. First Sergeant Jonathan Larson, Maryland State Police Aviation Command. I'm sorry? Jonathan Larson, L-A-R-S-E-N.
Yeah, just slow down a little bit. He's trying to.
Thank you. I see what you're working with.
He's like a three-legged chicken. He's running trying to catch up with you. You flying past.
His ears can't hear that fast.
Understood.
He's got it. He's ready to go.
We know you guys know the flight mission.
All right. So it's my understanding that the report was sent in. The date on this report is from December the 10th, 2024. Regarding personnel, the Aviation Command currently has 7 helicopter line pilot vacancies, 1 maintenance technician vacancy, 1 maintenance training coordinator vacancy, 1 aviation lead maintenance tech 1 vacancy, 1 program manager 3 vacancy. There are currently 3 new pilots in training, 2 new trooper medics who were transferred into the Aviation Command on September the 18th. And there are currently 6 trooper medics still in field operations in road patrol, awaiting them to be transferred into the Aviation Command. A fleet update. On September the 5th, 2024, the 2nd aircraft, November 387 Mike Delta, went to Sterling for its heavy inspection. And while it's there, it's having the new Canyon radio installed in the aircraft. As of December the 1st, the Aviation Command currently has 3 aircraft in heavy inspections, putting the sections in the fleet at a 1-to-1 ratio. So there are no spare aircraft at this time until they start coming out of heavy maintenance. Hoist mission statistics for the year. The command has completed 14 aerial hoists. 2023, the command finished out with a total of 18, and in 2022, the command had 10. The whole blood program, which started May 10th, 2023, since its inception, we have administered 203 units of whole blood to 160 patients. For 2024, year to date, the command has flown a total of 2,667 missions, of which 1,745 have been EMS related, 121 have been law enforcement related, and 194 have been SAR, search and rescue missions. Two notable missions as of recent: Trooper 5, which is at Cumberland on November the 27th, responded to Jefferson County, West Virginia for a patient injured in a motor vehicle collision with entrapment. Trooper 5's flight crew administered whole blood and ended up transporting that patient to shock trauma in Baltimore. You can imagine that's a pretty long flight for them. In St. Mary's County on November the 28th, 3 MSP aircraft responded to St. Mary's County for MCI. There's a motor vehicle collision with 4 patients requiring medevac services. Trooper 7 out of Southern Maryland flew a patient with airway management to shock trauma. Trooper 2 out of Washington transported 2 patients to MedStar Hospital in DC. And Trooper 4 from Salisbury flew over the bay and ended up transporting a patient back here to Tidal Health in Salisbury. Some upcoming recruiting and outreach events on January the 31st at Sandy Point State Park will be the MSP Polar Bear Plunge, which supports Special Olympics for the state. And for the second year in a row, our team is partnering up with Shock Trauma's team, Therapeutic Hypothermia. And last year, the team raised over $13,000, which was the top fundraising team in the category. And that is MSP's brief. Are there any questions?
No question, but we did not receive a report electronically. If you could go back to your command and ask them to resend it.
I'd be more than happy to do that. Yes, sir.
I want to personally say thank you to the guys up at Trooper 3, Chris Acock. His personnel came down to Laytonsville and did a training session with my membership and career staff. Very well attended. Some young people have never been that close to the trooper. And then the next week they had a hoisting drill up at the Frederick hangar. So again, you allowing us to participate, big word, to help you, for us to have a speedy event back to the hospital. So thank you for your continuous training with the LFRDs, and I would encourage any LFRD to reach out to get some one-on-one training. So it was very well attended. And please, again, thank you to your staff and your continuous support for the guys on the ground. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
I would just also point out, you know I'm going there, right? I think for our service here, especially with the whole blood program in connection with the shock trauma system, and there's other jurisdictions, even ground-based outfits that are now starting to pick that up. You know, for us here in Maryland, one thing to recognize really is that the aviation unit was really, truly one of the very first ones to do that statewide instead of independently. So they just had some folks that came in from San Diego, California to look at our program as well as the trauma center. So that's a plus. Long overdue. Wish I'd have had it it was just starting when I left 2 years ago. But kudos for what's been done. It certainly helped a lot of our trauma patients. So.
Yeah, no, the whole blood program, it's certainly a game changer for the state of Maryland. And, you know, I'm certainly not knocking any of the, ground providers because we're all, paramedics. We all provide and should provide the same level of care. The one thing that we bring to the table to these patients who are in their, most, critical needs and their, time is speed. We bring speed to get them to definitive care. And the whole blood program, that's allowing these patients, who normally wouldn't make that transport, it's giving them that time to get there. For the doctors in the operating rooms, I'll let Dr. Delbridge,
I
touch
think
on all
just for
that.
the research that's going on with what's happening, trauma center, I know everybody's tracking that. Dr. Delbridge is as well, Mim, so, and then of course you're modeling the newer tire, so we're back to green, you know.
Indeed.
So, you know, he's modeling the new hot flight suit for everybody, so they don't show up in the black anymore, so I'm gonna embarrass you, yes I am, so.
I'm sure you still have one, Eric.
Yeah, I still have one.
Any other questions, comments? We'd just like to thank you for your service. It's a great service.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today.
Absolutely.
Mims. Next up, shock trauma deck. Then office of the fire marshal.
You're up.
You're up, Tim.
No, sir, they come after you.
I gotcha.
Like you them ready, like you are.
Appreciate it. Well, good morning, everybody, and on behalf of MIMS, I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. I want to thank you, thank all the volunteers for everything that they do day in and day out to help save patient lives. I know that a lot of times we forget to say that and we can't say thank you enough. And thank you to Mark for bringing down the reports that you should all have. So I wanted to first talk about what Dr. Delbridge and I and the regional coordinators have been doing. Every 5 years, we travel the state to re-verify that each EMS operation program is in compliance with COMAR. So we've been doing that. That's been keeping us busy. There are the 24 counties and then the few independent cities. So we've definitely been busy. And during those re-verification visits, if it's not been offered, we've asked in each county how the liaison works with the volunteers within that county as well. And while everybody has a little bit of a different strategy for how they communicate, we've tried to make sure in each of these county visits that remains a point of emphasis, that the communication between career and volunteer remains robust and remains strong. We should have that wrapped up this week and then presenting that to the EMS board. And so far, all the counties, I'm pleased to report, have been doing very well. So, EMT renewal, I know Dr. Delbridge and the SEMSAC and the EMS board have reviewed the EMT renewal package. What we're endeavoring to do next year will not change the total number of hours that EMTs require for renewal. What it will do, though, is customize it a little bit more so that EMTs are receiving more timely education, more along the lines of what we do with paramedic. So what we'll be doing, and obviously I want to thank MIFRI and thank many of you for helping us with this review. What we're looking to do is trim just a little bit of the hours required for in-person skills verification, taking that down from 12 to 9, and adding back a little bit more education, particularly in some of the areas where we've seen that we have opportunity for improvement, pediatrics, obstetrics, and a couple of other areas. So that is anticipated to launch. It's a regulatory change. It's anticipated to launch and take effect for people who recertify after July of 2025, July 31st of 2025. Also on the EMT side, we have a couple of regulatory amendments that are sort of in process right now. One of which is the psychomotor testing requirement. If a student or a candidate is unsuccessful currently with the in-person EMT psychomotor testing, they get 3 attempts. So, and after the 3rd attempt, they're actually required to take EMT over again. We thought that while that doesn't happen too often, luckily, we thought that really didn't make any sense, and we do have a lot of candidates who, perhaps could use some focused remediation. So after that 3rd failure point, we'll require just focused remediation on the skills that the candidate is not successful with, and keeping in line with National Registry with their written exam, we'll actually move to a total of 6 attempts overall before the candidate would have to retake EMT. So they'll get 6 shots at the EMT, the National Registry exam. They'll get 6 shots or 6 attempts at our exam as well, the psychomotor skills-based exam. So that is a pending regulatory change as well. Also at several of the meetings recently, we've discussed, and I know Chairman Smothers from the SEMSAC will probably add a little bit more detail to this in we've discussed this at MSFA EMS Committee, also at the State EMS Advisory Committee. What's called EMS Compact. The EMS Compact is essentially a way for EMTs and paramedics to be able to practice and move between states in a little bit more of a fluid fashion. What some describe it as is similar to what we do with a driver's license. So if we drive through Delaware or Virginia, we don't have to stop at the border and get a new driver's license. Everybody knows that that would be pretty cumbersome for all of us to have to deal with. EMS Compact is a way for EMTs and paramedics to practice in other states without being licensed in that state. So that license that they would have in another EMS Compact state would allow them the privilege to practice in Maryland and vice versa. Throughout the meetings, we've highlighted some advantages but several challenges. And again, Chairman Smothers can add to this, but I think that at all the meetings that I've attended, there's probably, it's fair to say, a little more concern about EMS Compact and sort of the secondary consequences than there is benefit or perceived benefit for Maryland. One of the reasons the topic is coming up is that we're surrounded by EMS Compact states at this point. So Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia, and Delaware are all in the EMS Compact. And certainly we don't have to cave to peer pressure. We certainly are under no requirement to do this. But what EMS Compact requires is the passage of model legislation into law, into statute. And so I know Dr. Delbridge and the partners meeting, this has been a point of discussion. And again, I believe for right now, the guidance that I've heard from all of the meetings is that we would not want to move forward with EMS Compact. At least that's been the prevailing opinion. So I'm certainly, I know that's a big topic. I'm certainly open to any questions, and I know Eric will probably have some to add. I want to close my formal report on just on the clinical note, which those of you who know me, that's what I spend my time doing. I wanted to highlight that in addition to state police, we also have 2 ground EMS agencies that have fully rolled out low titer O positive whole blood, both Montgomery and Howard. And there are 2 other jurisdictions, ground jurisdictions, that are actively working towards it, Frederick and Washington counties. So I think that's great news, and as you heard from Sergeant Larson, that's a tremendous step for our system in the right direction. We've seen some really incredible outcomes, not only with trauma, but with medical patients who are hemorrhaging, with GI bleeds, and so forth. It's really some tremendous stories of lives saved. On another note, we'll also be adding, or proposing to add, I should say, 2 additional medications into the protocol, both of which are generic and one is labetalol. We have a pretty large problem with patients who are pregnant and the mortality rate in pregnant patients, particularly with not detecting hypertensive crisis or hypertensive emergency. And so labetalol would help us recognize that hypertension and treat it earlier. And the other one is a medication, an antibiotic for patients that we see with open fractures. So this would be the first antibiotic, if approved by the SEMSAC and EMS board, that we would put into the field. And this is based on some national data as well as data from neighboring states that says that we can markedly reduce the time, or the risk of bone infection, I should say, with a shorter time to antibiotics and getting those antibiotics on board. So I'm going to stop there, but I just want to, hopefully from my report, you've kind of picked up on the fact that we are really pushing the Maryland EMS system forward. We're aiming to push the system forward together. And I want to thank all of you for everything that you do. Wish you happy holidays, and happy to take any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Any questions? Eric, is there anything you want to add on there, or you going to wait for your report?
No, I think I'll wait and do the EMS Compact and get into that, because that's probably going to have a little discussion to it. So we can
Okay. We'll do that on Monday then.
On Monday?
No. We can do that part now if you want. I'm sitting here. We just get it off the table. So the EMS Compact, there's 26 states that currently, give or take, currently do that. So it spawned out of COVID, and a lot of it was really geared toward the nurses to allow them to move from state to state to function because there was a need there. So didn't matter which state you were licensed in, you could go from state to state to state. As long as you had a license, you could move, just driver's license. The issue with that is multiple for us. One, Maryland is fairly easy to get a reciprocity with. So some of the questions came from our military men and women. When they moved into state, they had a national registry card. So Maryland's fairly easy to make that happen. So you come card, verify it, you get certification, take a protocol exam, pretty much good to go. With this compact, you come from any state, you have your EMT card, your paramedic card. The problem with that is you don't know what you always get because we don't know that individual has had complications or issues that we can't see behind the scenes with a provider like that, that allows folks to kind of move around when they're not doing clinical care. So that's problematic for us as clinicians out in the field. So we didn't think that we needed to do that. Also keep in mind that Maryland borders multiple states, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Delaware, District of Columbia, Virginia. We run mutual aid every day from Maryland to all those states, which are EMT card that you currently have. That's not a problem because we have mutual aid agreements with those individuals. It also allows us, doing a MEMAC request, to be able to spool people up that we can verify that they've had a background check, that they meet Maryland certification, and they can move autonomously across the U.S. or wherever they need to go for that MEMAC request. We already have that in place. We, the EMS committee, from MSFA and several other counties, that as this has gone out and discussed, don't feel that there is a need for that to happen here, because we make it easy for folks to transition with a current card, regardless of which state you're in, to transition into Maryland. It also allows the medical directors to be able to put eyes on that person that's requiring certification here, that we can see what's going on before we certify somebody. So for us, we don't really see the benefit, so some of this was at the request of the legislative body to Dr. Delabridge to look into this to see if we wanted to move in that direction. We had lengthy discussion at our last EMS committee meeting, and for us, our recommendation for the EMS committee was not to allow that to happen because of those issues. So I think we have a pretty robust transition for providers that want to be certified here in Maryland. It would also mean that basically if you came from, let's pick a state, let's say Kansas City, Kansas, come to Maryland, they could be a provider, work on their Kansas state EMT card. We would never ever see that person go through any kind of recertification phase, certification phase, because they would be licensed in Kansas, and we would never ever see that person because their license is in Kansas, but they're functioning here in Maryland. So that's what we would wind up seeing. We don't think that's a good mix to be able to do that. They need to go through our research certification cycle and get adjusted to what Maryland does, and not function what they're doing in Kansas or Indiana or Illinois or wherever state. Just pick a state out of these 26. We don't think it's beneficial for us to do that. So the EMS committee's recommendation to the executive board would be not to accept us entering into an EMS compact. And I'll answer any questions while Doc is sitting here. So that's kind of it in a nutshell, and that's what was disseminated to SEMSAC as well. And in January, we'll go back and revisit that.
Yeah, and Eric, or Mr. Chairman, if I may, that's where the driver's license analogy sort of falls apart, right? We all agree if we're driving through a state, it's sort of silly to be licensed in all these different states. But when you move to a state, at some point, you get a new address, you get a new license, you do whatever you have to do. You put tags on the car at some point. So that's sort of where that driver's license analogy falls apart with somebody that's picking up and moving their life to Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take the recommendation that past President Smothers just put forward, and that the MSFA's official position is that we do not support or see the need for EMS compact here in Maryland at this time.
You make that a motion? You said?
Yes, sir.
Okay, second by Chip Jewell. Any discussion?
National Registry, once you're national certified. With the National Registry card, the reason why you had to get your National Registry certification is because of the testing component. We don't have the ability to do the written testing here. You can take your National Registry card as a certification card in your Maryland card and go to any state. What the compact does is allow you to come here and function, but what we don't see is the recertification period behind that. If I went out of state, I can get wherever, if I'm a member of a national register or have a card and have a Maryland card, that state can accept my certification. That's what it allows you to do without me having to go back through a paramedic curriculum. So if I didn't have that card, I would have to go back to whatever state and go through their paramedic curriculum, presumably. We don't, and Maryland's the same way. If you come here with your card, we verify that you have that. It's an easy certification process. You don't have to go back to a whole class. The compact basically says, I'm coming to Maryland, I'm gonna live in Maryland, I'm gonna have my Virginia card or wherever card, and I never ever have to go through a Maryland recertification cycle. You never see that individual. That's the part that we don't like with that. So, and if you're a bad EMT or a bad clinician in Kansas, we never see that because you're not part of our system. That's what we're trying to stop here.
Well, this is the first I've heard of it. I respect the fact that the motion being made in second, but I would like to have some more information so I can make an educated decision whether to support it or not. Because EMT has been a huge issue for a long time. These small departments, rural departments, depend on people. If somebody's going to come from Kansas and say, I want to help the Allegheny Fire Department, I would take that person because they have a certification. Now, I support our Maryland system. It is the best in the world. And we're very proud of everything that we do as EMTs and paramedics. I just have a hard time understanding that we have a program that's supposed to enhance the register, and now we're not going to accept somebody from the outside.
I guess one piece to keep in mind is that, and I hear you loud and clear, is I guess a couple of things. One is that the door can definitely swing both ways. And what we saw with nursing, frankly, was we saw a wage war, and a lot of our nurses during the height of COVID went to other states that were paying lucrative short-term contracts. So I don't have the data and statistics, but on the nursing side, we probably had net losses due to Maryland being in the nursing compact. So the door can definitely swing both ways. The other piece, I guess, that Eric was highlighting is that the National Registry EMT is now accepted by 50 states for initial certification, just like Maryland does. What we can't control is what the other states do with recertification. So they may choose to do a very watered down or a very robust version of recertification. We wouldn't know. The other piece that we didn't explicitly talk about that would be required as part of the compact is an FBI level background check, not only on the people coming into the state, but our own people that not going backwards, but moving forward. I don't believe that's overly expensive. I don't want to quote anybody on it. We'd have to find a way to probably fund that for the departments that aren't doing that already. And then Eric, I believe we had some more literature Mark brought to the EMS committee meeting that might be helpful at addressing.
Yeah, so I mean, there's an online where you can go and look at some basic information about the compact. The other part, as Dr. Jesmar was saying, is the background check. We have some departments that can't afford to do that right now. So who's gonna pick that bill up and pay for that? So, you know, we need to address that in-house with our own folks, and we don't have that. So you accept that person, and now you gotta pay for that background check, however much that cost is. So, we hadn't fixed that here in Maryland yet for everybody. Not every jurisdiction's doing that, even though as much as we said, you bring somebody in, you need to do a background check, because you never know what you're gonna get, you know? Somebody's got something in their criminal background, criminal history, and you accept them in, that's on you. So, it's got some pluses and minuses, but right now, it's more on the minus category from what we're seeing, because we make it so easy for someone to be accepted here.
Chip, along with Buddy's question, do we have any information, Delmar or companies that are literally on the line where they have people, you know, less than a mile away, but they're in another state that may be EMT in the area, but it literally could provide them? Is it Allegheny? I mean, you're on the line right there in Brunswick.
Well, I think most of the information that we got was from some of our partners in Pennsylvania, and they thought that was a hot mess to be able to do that with the compact. It's easier for the neighboring borders, the way we function here, to be part of the mutual aid to get people where they need to be, and especially for commercial entities. So don't just look at the 911 service, commercial entities. When they enter into that, it's problematic for those folks as well to bring some of these folks that are part of a compact where, yeah, I got a card, but there's no way for them to verify how good a clinician they were, what you did at your last recertification site. Keep not, you know. So it's got some issues that I think that we don't want to tackle in our opinion. I'll say the committee's opinion, and we kind of talked through a lot of these. So we do very good with our mutual aid here. So, and okay.
And I 100% agree. I mean, you know, Frederick County is a prime example. We run mutual aid 8 counties in 3 states every day. But the specific question was, have you had any input from Delmar, Williamsport, Hancock, the ones that may have people, even Emmitsburg, you know, a mile up the line, that move into the area and want to join? I mean, I'm sure they've joined now, but is that going to be a pro? Have we had input from any of these volunteer companies?
I guess I'd defer to Eric on that if we've had any. I'm not aware of any. I do know the situation at Delmar, actually, because I just wrote a letter for them the other day. At least from my understanding, Wicomico County considers Delmar as part of their county, even though they're physically 2 blocks into Delaware. So the longstanding tradition has been for them to be licensed as Delaware EMTs and Maryland paramedics, which is a little bit of an oddity. I'm more familiar with Delta Cardiff, which is on the state line, where I believe many years ago they went over to being Pennsylvania licensed because they're in Pennsylvania, and there are no issues at all with mutual aid. I guess, to be honest, Maryland would not require Delmar's medics to be Maryland licensed. We would gladly accept them as mutual aid paramedics coming into Maryland. But I think, I don't want to speak for Wicomico County. I think Wicomico County has that worked out, and we're happy to not kick a hornet's nest if that's what they prefer.
Yeah, and you're right. We have not reached out to, at least as what we've asked from SENSAC is to have the associations go back and talk to their respective counties that have folks that are on those border fringes, to have that discussion. We're not seeing a lot of folks knocking at the door to want to come to Maryland to do that, to be a part of the compact, so there is that. But that question was posed from the legislative leadership in Annapolis, should Maryland be a part of that? And we have to provide them an answer because they're getting ready to go into session. So we're on a very short leash here to make a decision so that we can get information back to the General Assembly whether or not we want to do this.
Tim.
The more we discuss this, the more confused I get of why we went to National Register. I sat right on the border with West Virginia, and I was originally told that if a National Registry EMT came from West Virginia, they would come over. They couldn't ride the back of the ambulance until they took a Maryland protocol test, but they were still functioning as a National Registry EMT from West Virginia. You know, I've got a couple guys that work at a facility that are taking National Registry. Do I have to require them now to get a Maryland EMT card to ride a fire car? We don't provide EMS. We provide mutual aid to the EMS as a first responder. But do I have to now do that? I'm just, the more this discussion goes, the more confused I'm getting about why we even went in the direction of National Registry if we're now questioning the National Registry's recertification process, their quality of their people and stuff like that. I'm getting more confused about trying to make an educated decision on how to vote.
Yeah, if I may, on the National Registry front, which obviously predated me by a little bit, I think the initial move was, as Eric said, was to try to get a valid certification exam that we no longer had. And we've taken the stance in Maryland that you don't have to maintain that National Registry at the EMT level if you wish not to do so. But on the side, we've actually encouraged people that want to move or think they may want to move to maintain that National Registry because it makes life easier on them if they think they might want to move between states. At the paramedic level, we've asked that paramedics maintain that. I think to answer your question, and I'm glad you brought it up, on the people moving into Maryland with a National Registry card, we have actually, it was one of the regulations that I meant to mention, I did not. We've actually dropped, in the process of dropping, the protocol test coming into Maryland in favor of an online protocol orientation. So you bring your National Registry card, you're from West Virginia or from further west, and you bring your National Registry card and you say, I want to be licensed in Maryland. If you're a member of a volunteer company, there's no state licensure fee. What we ask you to do is bring that National Registry card and take an online protocol orientation. That's where that's migrating. So we're dropping that, what was called a protocol test or a law test, in favor of something that somebody can do in the comfort of their own home. They're not having to travel to the regional office. And so I think what Eric was trying to say is we've tried here in Maryland, whether you're military or not, whatever the reason is you're moving to Maryland, to try to make this easier as time goes on. The National Registry piece actually allows you some currency such that you probably don't really need the compact unless the state is creating an onerous licensure process for you. So I think that's maybe saying what Eric was saying in another way.
Yeah. I mean,
Sorry. So what you're saying then is they don't have to get a Maryland EMT card. They can do the online, because
they would do the online.
Yeah, their
card,
job's
yeah.
going to require them to keep a National Registry.
Right.
Okay, so instead of trying to do 2 certifications, again, putting more work on the younger, so they don't.
So to come and work in Maryland as an EMT, they do have to be licensed. All of us have to be licensed.
National Registry.
National Registry would be certification. So there's certification, which is sort of, you have the knowledge, skills, and abilities, and then there's licensure, which the state of Maryland says that you're licensed as a health professional, and that binds you to all the Maryland laws and requirements and regulations. And then there's county affiliation, which binds you to whatever rules the county or the local departments have set up. So there's 3 tiers, much like there is in other healthcare professions. The nurses take a national exam, they're licensed by the state, but you can't just be a nurse and go decide you want to work at Atlantic General. You've got to go get credentialed at Atlantic General. So in that analogy, the hospital is the county. They still have a state licensure and they have a national board exam. So the national thing is basically just saying that they have taken and passed a nationally vetted examination. It doesn't confer any license or ability to do anything in any of the 50 states. There's really the 3-tier model throughout healthcare: physicians, nurses, EMTs, paramedics. It transcends all of them.
So if that's how we're functioning now, what would be the advantage of a compact?
The advantage of the compact, if you're arguing for the compact, is that you have particularly work or job mobility. Because you would be able to decide, for instance, there is a lucrative contract for a paramedic in Arizona, and I'm single and I want to pick up and move to Arizona and work for 13 weeks and do well, and not have to be licensed in, you know, each of the 50 states. And Arizona would have access to your, you know, FBI background check, but what they wouldn't have access, I think, is what Eric is saying, is if we had, you know, chronic patient care issues with that person, Arizona would be flying blind. They'd just be accepting them as Compact says they're okay, and it's sort of caveat emptor, right? Buyer beware as to what you're going to get.
Okay.
Just a couple comments. Initially, this was brought up to our EMS committee. They looked at it, discussed it, and decided it would not be a good thing for Maryland. It was then sent to SIMSAC, who, again, looked at it and basically decided it was unfavorable. Because number one, it would require an individual or a department to pay for the background check, and we have enough issues in our departments maybe coming up with funds or to pay for things, to put additional burden on that department to say, okay, now I have to pay for this, or the individual member. And number two, as has been brought up before, as an individual comes to us from Texas, he or she would be operating under Texas guidelines. They would not have to meet Maryland guidelines. So whatever we do here in Maryland, we cannot make that paramedic do, pretty much. He would be operating under, he or she would be operating on what Texas allows him or her to do. So that was another concern about what Maryland standards, as we all agree, is number one in the United States. We could be lessening the effectiveness, lessening the quality of care that we give our communities by allowing an individual to come in from Texas. So those are my concerns about what is going on with the compact. Would it be great to have extra clinicians? Absolutely. Would it be best thing to do, and we try to do that, is to make it easier for people to volunteer for us. But again, I think we're fortunate in Maryland with the mutual aid agreements we have, with the departments that run into Delaware, Pennsylvania, Virginia, West Virginia on a regular basis, and those departments that come into our communities to help us out. We have the knowledge of what those individuals are capable of doing. We know what their systems are, and we're comfortable allowing them to come into us and take care of our community, as well as they know what Maryland has. They're comfortable allowing us to go over there. But again, if this panel feels that the vote needs to be put off, I certainly will withdraw the motion for further consideration. But again, I was basing my motion on the recommendation from the EMS committee and the SIMSAC, who again, we have representation on from the MSFA. So again, I was taking those individuals who would look out for us as an organization by serving on those committees, that they had looked into it and they were making these recommendations come back. Again, as past President Smothers put out, the question came out of Annapolis, and you know as well as I do, we try to satisfy any questions either in our own departments and or the state when it comes out of some type of government entity, because again, they're the ones that are going to possibly do something in Annapolis that's going to affect me and Carroll as well as Allegheny and Garrett County. Even though we're two different systems and we have our own uniqueness, once it's passed in Annapolis, it's going to affect all of us. So the goal was, through the EMS committee, SIMSAC, and other individuals, was to get updated, correct information in the hands of the individuals who are going to be voting or possibly making state law in the very near future. But again, out of respect to my colleagues, members of this board, I have no problem rescinding my motion until such time as they feel that it could be voted on. Mr. Chairman?
Okay, we'll have any more questions? We do have a motion and a second on the floor, but, you know, buddy, not to single you out, I mean, you know, if we feel we need more time on this, as Mark said, he would withdraw his motion and we can take it up, you know, either on a special meeting? Or,
Well, we're gonna need an answer, I believe, before the end of the legislative session, so our next meeting is February? Yeah.
So, Bubby,
good.
Well, I'm gonna have a couple different things. One, I cannot believe this day and age we are not all doing background checks. I think every county's been doing background checks. That's where we are today in the world.
Yep.
well, we're talking about an FBI background check. I don't know what level your department does, but there's a cost difference between a local background check and an FBI background check that would have to be paid for by somebody.
That's next level. I mean, most people are probably doing Maryland case search or doing something local. I mean, you know, every county does something different, but, you know, I mean, we are making it easier for providers, clinicians, when they come to Maryland to get certified. Again, when we talk about the National Registry, that's the litmus test across the United States, is the EMT exam or the paramedic exam. That's what everybody's base certification is. It says, I'm qualified, I can function. But if I go to Pennsylvania or if I go over to Virginia, depending on which county you're in, their protocols in each county is different. So you bring that person from another state that doesn't know what we do here, they're functioning at whatever they've learned out of state. We're just trying to make it so that everybody's on the same page. We know that the person that we're getting is a competent clinician. That's what we really are after, and that there are nothing in their backgrounds that would preclude them from functioning here. With the compact, you don't know that, other than the fact that, yeah, they passed a FBI background check, but I don't know anything about that person's clinical skills. We don't have access to that. We don't know if they've had issues at the EMS board level. In Maryland, we do. But the fact that you recertify in your outside state, we would never ever see that. Yep, you're riding on my ambulance from Garrett County, and I'm still certified in Kansas City, but I don't know what you've done for your recertification cycle. I don't know if you've had issues in the state of Kansas, because I don't have access to that. But yet I got a provider that's functioning. So that then becomes the onus of the department that brings that individual in, that now you're responsible for. So if something untoward happens, that's on you. We're just trying to cut that off before we have that issue. And with mutual aid, we know that when you come across the line, the state's recognizing, saying that you're certified, you're competent, you've passed all of your proficiencies, and you're good to go. We know that. We're not gonna know that.
I agree with all the points, and personally, I support what the motion would be. However, I think for us to try to rush it through for legislation coming in 3 weeks, I think the answer just simply needs to be, if we can't make a decision in February, which I think it's in the middle of legislation, and as Dale just pointed out, we can have a special meeting.
That's fine.
I think it's an obligation of each of us to contact the Williamsports, the Harneys, the Line Boroughs, the Delmars, those companies that are right on that line, get a little bit of input locally, and then make an informed decision. That's my biggest concern, is those companies that, I don't know. I don't know if Line Borough has people that are Pennsylvania EMTs or put on our ambulances and don't know it. I don't know what those border companies are or are not doing, but I think we are obligated to get
I'm okay
their
with
input
that.
and then make a final
If you wanna
decision.
rescind your motion, I'm fine, but
But
this is the information
you brought
that
this
you're
stuff
gonna
up in Frederick County Association meeting, correct?
Yes,
Go ahead.
yes, we did. It was brought up in Frederick County. Sorry. Yeah, it was brought up in Frederick County at our association meeting along with the executive committee, and the executive committee of Frederick County voted against it. So that was discussed. It was a pretty lengthy discussion that night. Eric was present. It was a pretty lengthy discussion. We answered a lot of questions, and at that time, it was decided no, because of the situations that we've discussed. I think where there's getting some confusion is, and I think they've tried to kind of disassociate the two, is that what people don't understand is that we used to have the consortium that provided the testing. And that's why we went to the National Registry testing initially, is because that consortium broke up. So the National Registry testing, I think we're getting in the weeds with that's where the problem, I think, is lying with this discussion. We're not talking about registry. We're setting the initial certification aside. That's separate and aside from this. The problem is that we're now having to rely, like they've discussed, with somebody who's maintaining a background, and we can't check that. Whereas the way it was explained in our meeting at the state level was that if somebody were to end up in medical review at the state level, we could search that, absolutely. But if it's a county level issue, we have issues in Frederick County that probably don't make it up to the state because they're not something that warrants state involvement necessarily, but it's a continuous problem. So that's where I think that we're not understanding this compact piece, is that we're not going to get the full picture of the person because we're not going to know if they're late on reports. We're not going to know if they're not submitting reports properly. We're not going to know if they have an issue with medications where maybe it's not so much that it's, again, something that needs to be brought to a state level that gets addressed, but it's something that they've had an ongoing issue with and it's been taken care of at a county level, a low-level area where we're not really focusing on the big picture, where we're only going to hear about it if it makes it up to the state level and it goes to their medical review. So I think that that's where the biggest problem is, that we can't, how do we search this person and how do we find out who they are? You do a background check on someone if you hire them. I would assume that as your corporation level, you do a background check on them to some degree. This kind of steps up the background check, I think, to something that people aren't going to be used to, and it's going to be a very lengthy process and very expensive. I think that where I stand with it personally, I'm against it. And after reading about it and hearing about it and discussing it at the county level as well, I'm against it personally. I think that it just muddies the waters too much. I think that we do have a good system in place as it stands now, and I think that we're just fine with how we're doing business, and I think that this just adds a level. The other piece to this that I don't think is being comprehended is that the legislative piece has to be passed as is, as it stands. There's no deviation from it. So if Maryland gets down there and they say in Annapolis, we don't like the way that this is worded, they can't change it either as a yes or a no, period. End of discussion. So there's no changing it, there's no adding words, there's no taking anything away from that.
And after the EMS committee meeting, I presented the information that was handed out on the compact to both Howard County and Carroll County at their association meeting. I know that meetings may or may not be attended by everybody in the state, and everyone may or may not have representation, and that the information should have or would have been distributed appropriately. But again, my original statement, and we continue to have conversation, which is good, but again, if this body tells me, I will withdraw the motion and we can vote on it at a later date, if that's what they choose to.
Okay, we'll call for any more questions. All right. We do have a motion on the floor to support the Sims Act and be against the compact. All in favor of the...
If you want me to withdraw
He
this
will
motion,
withdraw it. He has
let me
not
know.
withdrawn it yet.
if you want me to withdraw the motion, let's say yes.
Somebody said yes, he wants it withdrawn? Okay, motion's been withdrawn, done. Get us some more information, we'll pass it out, and we can have a Zoom meeting or a conference call meeting, either way. Thank you.
In particular,
Thank you,
those
Dr. Taylor.
specific companies that I've heard of. I know what Frederick's going. But I'm concerned about the ones that are far-reaching, right on the line, just to make sure. I totally agree that we shouldn't support it, but I want to make sure we're not having an adverse effect. I mean, we've already heard the good doctor say, have a borderline situation in Del Mar anyway. So do we have the same situation up in other counties? So that's my only concern, is that we make sure we have the input from those companies before we make an informed decision.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I think I won't be invited back. I've prolonged the discussion too much.
You be back.
Right, Steve?
We'll not see you in February.
You send Dr. D next time. Shock trauma. Becky, you're up. And then Ken Bush, you should be on deck. Then we're going for lunch.
Did you bring any backboards with you?
No, but we do have a buy one, get one free. If you drop us a patient, we'll give you a backboard. Good morning, everybody, and happy Christmas to everybody. I did submit my report electronically, so hopefully you have a copy of that in front of you. Just go over the highlight for you. I know lunch is sitting there already. So our volume, so far this financial year, we have admitted 1,597 patients. That puts us a little bit behind where we were at this stage last year, but most likely that will pick up as we move through the year. Length of stay, we've been doing a lot of work on our length of stay, and we have managed to reduce our length of stay by 3.62 days, which is quite significant. We have a lot of different things that we're doing for this. We have our discharge by noon. We're also looking at how our opening of extra operating rooms has actually helped this. So we're able to get patients to the operating room a little quicker. The quicker you can get them in, the quicker you can get them out. So a lot of work being done on length of stay at the minute. They've included the demographics. You can see that 41% of our patients are in the over 56 age group. So we do know that a lot of our patients do fall into that, what we term elderly group. If you're over 65, unfortunately, you're considered to be elderly. So a lot of work being done on that also. We're beginning to look at different protocols that we're going to be using for our elderly population. So more to come on that. Mechanism of injury, 39% is MVCs and 38% of falls. The MVC group, that includes anything motor vehicle related, so that's everything is lumped into there. So you can see where we're admitting most of our patients. Most of those falls patients are the elderly people that we're seeing also. Inter-hospital transfers, we have had 14.5% of our transfers from trauma center, but 85.5% from non-trauma centers. 174 of those have come to us by air, and then 448 of them have come by land. So we have a little bit of a reduction in our transfers from last year. Our lost inter-hospital transfers. So we have so far this year lost 57 transfers from other hospitals. So we review every single one of those and we see why we're doing it. Oftentimes we find that while they're consulting us, they also consult somebody else at the same time. So if anybody else has a bed that's available sooner, then the patients will go there. That does not include our transfers from other trauma centers. They take priority and they come immediately. Capacity hours, you can see that we've done a lot of work on capacity hours also. Below the state threshold, and the last we've had very little time capacity, which is what we're aiming to do. Also of note, please remember that when we are on capacity, it does not mean we're closed. On capacity means we triage every single patient that gets called into us.
We need everybody in the room to pay attention or go outside if you want to talk. It's hard hearing our speakers. Thank you. Go ahead.
So on capacity means we triage every single patient that gets called into us, and then the sickest patients will still come to us regardless of whether we're on capacity or not. Our GO team. We have had 2 activations and 1 deployment from our GO team. The deployment was for Prince George's County on a patient that had an impaled limb. That patient was transported to shock trauma with the GO team after they were extricated. A lot of work done on our Center for Injury Prevention and Policy. We've had 131 events in the first quarter, 2,521 participants, and we have impacted 11 counties. So a massive amount of work being done on our injury prevention. For our Stop the Bleed, we have taught 81 courses and touched 1,416 participants. Again, that's a big increase on where we were this time last year. Our Stop the Bleed curriculum in high schools, we have been able to provide 109 bleeding stations. We've provided 150 training limbs, and we have educated over 227 health educators and school nurses. So we are impacting all Baltimore County high schools, all Howard County high schools, And we're also in the process of initiating Harford County and Baltimore City high schools. We hope to have that all up and running very shortly. For our EMS training and outreach, we've had 13 trainings and had 232 participants. That includes simulation, skills labs, EMS trainings, wilderness trainings, a whole load of stuff going on there. Shock trauma EMS education, we have had 1 EMS broadcast and 2 Go Team trainings. The Go Team is always available to come out to any of your stations and do an education for you. Just reach out to us at any time for that. We also have our next broadcast, which is upcoming on December the 19th at 6 p.m. It's called On the Fence. It's pre-hospital clinicians and in-hospital care team going to be discussing the care of a patient that was brought to us was impaled by a piece of fence. Observer program, still going also. We've had 6 EMS observers and 13 international observers from 6 different countries in the first quarter. Looking ahead, our goals continue to be to improve trauma center capacity and throughput, expansion of wraparound services for victims of violence. So this is happening in our clinic where we're offering like a multifaceted approach down there. We're including social work, we have violence prevention, aiming to reduce on our readmissions and recidivism on that. And then further statewide Stop the Bleed outreach is also going on. We're hoping to get into more schools, just reaching out the whole state. Anybody who wants to partner with us on that, but also looking for partners. We have partnered with quite a lot of firehouses, so anybody else that would like to participate, please let us know. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Mark.
I have a question, just a comment. I want to congratulate you and your group for all the outreach that you're doing, particularly in the schools. We all know that there's stuff that should be being taught in school, and for whatever reason it may or may not be done. So it's good that they're willing to reach out with you, and it's good that you're able to provide that service not only to the state, but again, particularly in the schools where it's much needed. So thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you.
Something to just add to that, Mark, because sitting on the Shock Trauma Board of Visitors, you know, Baltimore County is probably going to be one of the first ones that actually have Stop the Bleed countywide in all their public schools. And the goal is really to do that statewide. So for us here as an executive board, we really need to go back to our counties and see if we can't get CPR and Stop the Bleed reintroduced back into the school system. Now, what you'll hear, we can't do that because the way the curriculums are set up. But you know, I know when I went to school, you had to have CPR and a little bit of first aid before you graduated. So that's something that I think even for MSFA that maybe we can talk to our legislators about and from our educational standpoint, based on what we see around the United States now, that these are life skills. This is what's going to save somebody's life. The more people that know CPR, it could just be hands-only CPR, but we need to look at putting those initiatives, reintroducing them back into the school system. I know it's your wife's fault. She taught me. She was a school teacher. So, so that's one. And then the other part is, you know, please go back to the jurisdictions. When you go to the trauma center, pick up your stuff. I can tell you, Frederick County, Gina and I, just in Frederick County, we picked up Frederick County, Washington County, and the folks that were surrounding from out of Pennsylvania and up in Garrett County from a couple West Virginia units that Trooper 5 flew in. Look in each one of your lockers down there, because otherwise the homeless folks are going to take your stuff and it's going to wind up being in a tent city somewhere, or it's going to be thrown away. I mean, literally, we had a full pickup truck with a cap on, loaded full. The back seat of a King Cab pickup truck was loaded full of head blocks and straps and stuff. So if you want your stuff, 2 things have got to happen. One, you got to send somebody down, you know, at least once a quarter or once a month to go get your stuff. And 2, you need to mark it with your department's name on it. So if it didn't have your department name on it, Lord knows where your backboard or your kids or wherever it lines up. If it doesn't have a name on it, somebody's probably riding around, somebody already remarked it. Thank you very much for your donation. So, and we saw some of that. But you need to go into each locker and make sure your stuff is there. And if you, doesn't matter, somebody takes a daily run from your department, go pick your stuff up and then drop it off at a local spot. I mean, we brought ours back to logistics so it get redistributed, or take it back to a hospital. Otherwise, they're gonna throw it away. I mean, literally, the lockers were running over. So please go back to your jurisdictions and tell them to go pick up your stuff if you want it.
Thank you.
Pretty expensive stuff.
Any other questions or comment? Peggy, thank you. Merry Christmas to you. Office of the State Fire Marshal, Kenny Bush, giving their report. Then we're going to do 50-50. Then Mr. Chaplain will be ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pick a mic here that works to make sure the president can hear me loud and clear. There's a tendency to nod off sometimes, I understand that. In any event, Ken Bush reporting on behalf of Acting State Fire Marshal Jason Mowbray. And no, that doesn't make me the acting State Fire Marshal. That's one title I do not wish to add to my list. But in any event, I did provide written copies of the Fire Marshal's report to everyone this morning. And if you need any more, I have more to hand out. Just to point out a couple of the highlights as a part of that report. On page 2, talking about the fire fatalities, you'll see the list of fire deaths that have been reported for both 2024 and 2023 as comparison. There are some ones that need to be added to that list, unfortunately. If you've been watching the news the past couple of days, you've realized that we have a couple that we need to add to that list. But make sure that you bear that in mind, that we have to base our list on what's been confirmed. And as the paragraph indicates near the bottom of that page, so as we did this report, so far in calendar year 2024, there have been 46 confirmed fatalities associated with fires in residential structure, 8 associated with vehicle fires, and 4 in other settings. So there's a total of 58 confirmed fatalities across the state as of this report. As you can see, there's a website that you can go to at the bottom of that page for more information if you need that. Next page, there are some statistics that we can provide that the work's being done by the State Fire Marshal's Office. If you look at some of the comparisons over the years, you can see that work has been increasing. We attribute that to our dedicated staff that make sure that we keep ahead of the issues here. As you go through the list, you can see the items that we've been addressing with fire investigations, explosive investigations, with code enforcement, plan review activities, and community risk reduction. So that is all laid out as a part of that table for you. There's a list of significant incidents that you can see in the next couple pages, and I can let you read through those in their entirety. However, there's one on page 4 that I'd like to point out. At the top of that page, where we have saves as a part of our community risk reduction initiatives, where 2 families are safe thanks to the smoke alarms which have been installed in partnership through the local fire departments and the State Fire Marshal's Office. So that is good news that the work we're doing out there for preventative measures is working, and this kind of points that out, is that there have been successes. The only problem we have seen, excuse me, is that there are probably many more of these successes we don't even realize. When people have somewhat insignificant fires that they are alerted to through the fine work that's being done by the local fire departments and fire authorities that we don't even understand because they're not even reported to us. So, but these are 2 that we do know about, and we'd like to make sure that that is publicized whenever we get the chance to do that. On the next page, there's some personnel issues that you might want to take a look at. Excuse me, the one I want to point out is for Deputy Chief State Fire Marshal Karen McMahon, who commands the Upper Eastern Regional Office in Easton. Just recently graduated from an intensive 3-week leadership academy provided by the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department. So we want to congratulate her on those efforts as well. On the bottom of that page, we're talking about some community outreach efforts that have been taking place by the State Fire Marshal's personnel. And I'll let you read through that list, and there's some pictures that go through in the next couple of pages which address those particular outreach efforts. As we skip over to page 10, we've covered, I think, the issues about the fire incident reporting systems and the reports that are lacking for us, as far in addition, as well as our participation that's anticipated for the new NERA systems. And that information is provided on page 10. And at page 11, you can see information there about the Maryland Fire and Life Safety Information Exchange Program. The website's listed with the blog listed as well. So I invite you all to take part of that and take a look at that as part of the information that's available. Excuse me. And before I close out, there is another piece of information I'd like to cover with regards even to the Standards Committee. And unfortunately, I won't be able to be here to be a part of that report later. But there's an effort that's being introduced, excuse me, about allowing buildings, residential buildings, particular apartments, to be built of 6 stories with a single stair as a means of egress. And in that case, the fire service has taken a very strong interest in that effort because obviously there are complications when it comes down to single exits about getting people out, but as far as the operations in the fire service. As far as the Standards Association is concerned, recently the National Code Council has considered that and has modified that down to 4 stories. So there is an effort there in order to indeed try to modify those effects, and I wanted to make everyone aware of that. We're going to work closely with Chief Phillips. There's some partnering states which have had this as an issue, and we're going to keep a close eye on that as the legislature convenes to make sure that those safety standards are maintained. So with that, it concludes my report. I'd like to wish everyone a happy holiday season, keep it safe, and hope that you enjoy with your families and friends. So with that, that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you, acting Fire Marshal. Go ahead, Ron. See, I was paying attention.
One thing on page 10, 11 that acting Deputy Fire Marshal glanced over was his receiving a very prestigious award. And I think we want to congratulate him on that because that was something that recognized Mr. Bush for many, many years of service and his dedication to fire service, and I think we should recognize that and congratulate him for that.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Here comes the sidekick, gave you something to drink. Thank you, Kenny. Have a Merry Christmas.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'd like to do the 50-50 drawing, and then we're going to have the chaplain.
The winner gets $180. Number is 344-7472. Oh, Robin Shore. Thank you.
Robin Shore.
Please join me in prayer. Almighty God, as we take this time now to break bread together, Father, we ask you to bless this food to nourish our bodies and bless those who have prepared it. We ask this all in your Son's name. Amen.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. We'll start back at 1 p.m. 1300, same thing, yeah. All right, we'll get ready to get back on the schedule. It'll be Maryland State Fire Prevention Commission. On deck be EMS Board. Time to get the cows back. Fire Prevention Commission is up first, and the EMS Board on deck. I don't see nobody coming for the Fire Prevention Commission.
That would be Eric.
For the Fire Prevention Commission?
Yes, he's on the commission now.
Are you gonna do EMS Board too?
Yep.
Mr. Past President Eric Smulders, we're waiting for the Fire Prevention Commission report and the EMS Board report. They said you were doing both of them, so come on.
You're the only commissioner here.
Are you on our deal?
I'm not talking about the fire prevention commission.
Well, one of you two get up there and give a report then. Right? Right, Mel? I don't care which one of you goes, but
They could have been done by now if they started.
All right, Randy?
Let's see if they sent a report in. I don't know.
You won't be here tomorrow? Well, you gotta give your report today then. Thanks, buddy. There you go. What is Committe? That's a good one.
Give me a minute here, I gotta find it.
He don't have a report. I don't know if anybody's here from the forestry department either. Maryland Fire Chief, I don't know who's giving that report. Well, Bobby ain't here. And the fire police,
I'm gonna mention that.
I mean, the MDOT guy's not here either, I don't think.
Issues coming in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll mention that.
Yeah, go ahead.
You ready, Mr. Chairman? Test 1, 2.
Yes, sir.
All right, I don't really have anything for the Fire Commission. I don't see where
Okay.
the report was submitted, so I do know that the commission meets the 19th in Annapolis, so we do have a meeting coming up. We still don't have a state fire marshal yet, so that's still an ongoing process. So we'll continue to work with that. To see if we can't get a fire marshal. Been way too long, so more to follow. So there has been a couple new members to the fire commission, so we're getting up, myself included. I was just appointed to that, and I was not able to meet or make their last meeting. So we meet on the 19th in Annapolis, or actually in Pikesville. So we'll meet at Pikesville on the 19th. EMS board, I'll tackle that while we're here, since that, and Steve and I both said on that. I will say that from the EMS board's perspective, the chairman, Clay Stamp, he wants to express his holiday greetings to MSFA, and he's sorry that he can't be here this weekend because he's at the winter conference at Mako up in Cambridge with all the other county officials. But from him, and Steve and I, you know, one of the hard things for us to do is to suspend or revoke a provider's certification. You know, when you look at how Maryland is structured, you know, you have your regional council meetings, then you have SIMSAC, which I'm the chairman of, that's indicative of all the committees around the state, and then you have the EMS board, who's the final say, and both medical directors. We have representation for MSFA, which Steve is the representation for us, and of course MIMS and the academies. What we've been seeing here recently is a lot of folks losing their certification, and you heard me say a little bit of this last year. Again, we continue to have providers that are showing up and not providing care. And that is one of the worst things that we can do as providers, and it's across the spectrum. It's not just volunteers, it's career folks as well that show up on apparatus, don't take emergency equipment or ALS equipment into a resident's house, and we have an untoward effect, either medically or the patient expires. And then for some odd reason, the providers, once the jurisdiction takes a look at it, they think that the worst thing that's going to happen to them is that they get a couple days suspension if they're a career provider, or they lose their certification for a short period of time and then want to continue to function. I can tell you the EMS board has taken a very hard look at that. We go in depth to look at the whole incident, and now that we have body cameras from law enforcement entities, we're able to see a fuller picture. And some of them are fairly disturbing, even to the point where we've seen here recently where a provider, clinician, is lashed out to a patient and actually struck him unabated. And folks, again, want to continue to have their certification. Well, that ain't happening. You know, we got to do better. We're better clinicians here in Maryland. I think the message from Chairman Stamp and the medical directors is that when we show up, we got to do our due diligence and do the right thing. It's not the patient's fault that they are in the predicament, whether it's drug, alcohol induced, or some other act that they've got in the middle of. It's us to be there to help treat the patient and do the right thing and be non-judgmental. So with that in mind, just please go back to the jurisdictions, your counties, and tell folks, just do the right thing. When you show up, doesn't matter what buggy you're in, do the right thing, treat the patients right, treat them with respect, and just do what we're trained to do. The other thing that we're also seeing is a big uptick in providers with either drug or alcohol issues. So the EMS board's common stance has been, over the last couple of years since I've been on the board, is that if one of those issues come up, you're going to be put on probation, presumably, depending on the offense, and or have a suspension in your certification. So if you want to go out and party, nothing wrong with having a few drinks here or there, but do your due diligence and make sure that you got somebody that can get you back home. And if you have a drug or alcohol problem, reach out. We have enough mental health initiatives and folks that can help you with an issue. And we've even had some providers that have actually broken into drug boxes and stuff and taken medications there, believe it or not. So needless to say, those folks no longer have a certification. So that's a big swing. We really didn't see a lot of those. And Steve, if you want to weigh in on it, any of that, if I'm telling anything off cue here, you let me know. But we do our best to try to make sure that we're the best advocate for the clinicians around this state. But there are some things that are like, what were you thinking? You know, I mean, and it's a little disheartening to be able to sit here and say that with providers. So let's just do the right thing. Please get that message out. If you're going to drink and drive, get somebody to get you home, call an Uber if you have that means, or stay where you're at. We don't want to be pulling certifications unnecessarily.
The one thing that I'd also add is if your members do something, make sure they document it. We've had a number of cases where they think because their buddy in the fire station needed some kind of medical attention and they've gone ahead and done it and they didn't document it, and then that's come before the board. So, not a good thing.
So don't be like starting IVs on your buddies at the fire station. Don't be practicing your paramedic skills on your buddies at the fire station. That's going to get you in trouble. Unless you are a preceptor or an instructor that gives you the authority to do that. Nothing wrong with that, but just make sure that they are the folks checked off in the box. So we've had a few of those. You know, really, you can't dream some of this stuff up. You know, but I mean, if you need IV practice, that's fine. Just make sure that they're trained to be able to do that. So, and I think that was pretty much the highlights there.
The one meeting wasn't discussed about spending more time trying to get the patient to go to the hospital than to convincing the patient he or she doesn't have to go to the hospital so they don't have to do a report.
Well, and that's another big one. So, I mean, when we show up and a patient needs to go to a hospital, put them in an ambulance and take them. This thing about, you know, I need to get back to the station for whatever reason, because it's the end of my shift or whatever, and it's across the spectrum. Don't try to talk the patient out of it, because typically when you get called back in, the patient's condition is worse or they're in cardiac arrest. And we've seen an uptick in some of those cases too. So, and you know, if you show up, here's another big one. If you show up and you see a patient, write in the documentation that you actually showed up, because we've had quite a fair amount of those where people said no patient. Well, if you show up, you had to have a patient. No patient to me means I roll up to the front door and the patient's gone and I don't see anybody. That's a no patient. And I think Dr. Chismore and Dr. Delabridge has addressed that once before. If you show up, patient refuses, just write in the documentation that I've explained what's going on and the patient refuses, and sign and go on your merry way. But don't just put no patient, because then we come back and then we find out that the ambulance or the medic unit showed up to whomever they were called for, and well, paramedic so-and-so or EMT so-and-so talked me out of not going, or they didn't do anything when I was here. That's not good. Okay, so those are the crazy things that we're seeing from the EMS board. Some of the other things were some regulatory issues that benefit us going forward, just cleaning up some language. Most of the hospitals that we transport to, as Tim said earlier, have been visited by the medical directors and are being recertified, whether it's the trauma center or cardiac or stroke centers or the ERs. That has been taken care of. Also, that's something that I'll switch and go to the SIMSAC that's being field tested in Baltimore City is the ability to call a physician that may not be here in Maryland. It's I believe Anne Arundel County is looking at this too, so this is something that you're probably going to start seeing around Maryland. It's really done for the first responder units that are responding to a BLS call. You show up, patient may have a fever or a cold or flu-like symptoms, and instead of transporting, what they're doing now is actually calling a physician service that they've contracted through Baltimore City that has emergency department physicians that you call into them. Within 1 or 2 minutes, you get a doc on the line and explain the symptoms to that physician on the other end. And then they will either write a prescription to your local pharmacist or tell you whether or not you need to actually go to the hospital or not. They try to fix your ailment from a phone call. And Baltimore City is having some pretty good success with that. Anne Arundel's getting ready to look into that. SIMSAC has approved for Dr. Delabridge and Dr. Chismar to continue to look at expanding that across the state. I think that will help with some of our patients that we see that are non-acuity. So unless they're not going to write you off if you're having chest pains or troubled breathing or something like that that's more significant. But some of the minor calls that we see, they may be able to take care of that over the phone. And they're aware of what Maryland protocols are. So you may start hearing stuff about that. So just to let you know that that is ongoing. So I'll stop there in case you got questions about either one of those. Buddy?
Go ahead, buddy.
This might be my day, but earlier we talked about not accepting someone who came to the city with certification. Now we're going to call somebody we don't even know?
Well, it is no different. This is no different. I know. This is no different than having online medical direction when you as a provider here in this state can't decide what you need to do with the patient, as we should. So if a physician and a patient says, hey, I don't want to go to the hospital, and the two of you get online, it's no different than me calling up and say, hey, I need online physician direction. What do I do? That's all this is. But if you got someone that is that has difficulty getting around and may not be able to get around their home, and they only have flu-like symptoms, knowing that you're going to go to the ER, I'm going to give you a prescription when you get there, and you wait 4 or 5 hours for a physician to tell you that and send you home and give you a prescription, they can take care of that over the phone. That's all this is. So, and Baltimore City's looking at that because of the amount of calls that they run for that jurisdiction. That's the largest end user or EMS across the state. And they're using fire apparatus and all just like they do as first responder units. And sometimes they gotta wait 20 minutes for an ambulance to show up because they're so busy. And this is how they can reduce some of their low acuity patients. If I can call and say, hey doc, so-and-so's got a fever or they've had a cold and they got flu-like symptoms, I don't need to send that patient to an emergency department when all I'm gonna do is write them a prescription for penicillin or something for their cough and cold. Gets your unit back on the street faster. So we do that now with medical direction.
So to Buddy's concern, let's go to the more rural areas like where I live. So
Well,
is it an option for them to opt out if they don't want to be part of it? I'm just asking.
It could happen. It could come to a rural area. They could do that here in Comico County if they wanted to do that. It's giving them the option to take a look at it and see if it's feasible or not. So, and it frees up your emergency departments. So let's look at what healthcare is today. It's, when we're fighting, trying to get ambulances released, when you take a patient to a hospital, and you gotta wait 20 minutes to get that unit back on the street because they're waiting for no bed. If I can release that patient right there at home, we do that now with home health care. Comico County has that down here. We're sending a nurse practitioner and a certified paramedic to your house for the frequent flyer calls that we have, and everybody has them, that you show up every 2 or 3 days for Mrs. Jones or Mr. Jones. His symptoms are the same, and you're gonna transport him 30 times a year or 40 times a year when I can send a nurse practitioner and a paramedic and say, Mrs. Jones, we're gonna check on you every 2 or 3 days. Those calls go down. Our calls for service go down. Your unit's more available. Should we not be not doing that?
I'm just asking for the, or you'll say, like, in application, some people don't really like change.
No, I
On
don't
the-
think you're
on the
gonna,
initial end.
on the initial, and I don't think you're gonna see a whole lot of change because we can turn a unit around faster, and it's actually better for, it benefits the patient if we can keep them home. It doesn't get them into the portal by sitting in a hospital for 4 or 5 hours when all I'm gonna do is write your prescription and send you home. The serious stuff, yep. I mean, you got some jurisdictions out of state, they're actually just sending people in an Uber and the back and forth for a low acuity instead of calling 911, so we ain't there yet. I hope we don't go down that path, but there are some states that are actually doing that.
Sending people by Uber,
Mm-hmm.
Amazon.
Well, you know, don't be surprised. So it's kind of like, it's like telemedicine. I mean, there's gonna come a point in time that we gotta use that resource to benefit us. So maybe, okay, here's my laptop, the doc's gonna be on the other end, you're gonna describe the symptoms, he's gonna look at you and he's gonna tell the paramedic or the home health care person to do A, B, and C. Well, paramedic Smothers, I'm gonna write a prescription, here's where his prescription is, you guys can go in service and be back in service. I mean, that's what we're gonna want, that's the direction that we're going.
So that's putting us back in the old Gunsmoke days.
Mm-hmm, yep. So, I mean, some things is gonna benefit us, so, I mean, does everybody fit in that shoebox? No. You know, more serious stuff, we're still gonna transport, so, you know, some days it's a double-edged sword.
You got any more questions? Yeah, Tim.
Back on the commission, anywhere with the state fire prevention code?
No, I know legislatively, Bob is looking at some of that code, because it's gonna come up in Annapolis, and he and I are trying to chat, and I'll know more, probably for you in February, so. Because sprinklers is coming up, they actually have to have a report done, and Bob said it probably won't be done until the end of the session for about sprinklers and stuff like that, so. Oh, the Maryland code? Well, I can tell you that it's moving forward. I have no idea where we're at with it yet, so. I know the superintendent wants to move it forward. The last conversation that I had with him, which was a couple months ago, Maryland is interested in moving that process forward, but again, it falls back into Annapolis, because once you put that out there, Mark knows it's what you gotta abide by, so we're trying to move that forward. Of course, we were lucky enough last year to get the EMSOF funding. Even though they say it's gonna get us to 2040, I wouldn't count on that. We'll be lucky if it gets us to 2035, just because of the cost of the increases and stuff. And here's where you can help us, and I've asked the partners to do that at our last meeting that we had here just 2 days ago. We get money from EMSOF, even though it's a pass-through. With the tag registration, that money comes back to the departments across the state. Help us help the citizens understand where that money goes for the tag fee. So when you're buying a piece of apparatus, if you're using that money to go purchase your equipment through your 508 funding mechanism, put that on a billboard so folks understand where your tax dollars are going to. It's very easy when a $13 million helicopter flies in and people can put their hands on it, but they may not understand where that ambulance or that fire truck was purchased. And if I use that 508 money to help purchase that, that is part of the tag fee that we get. So the more that we get that message out, and I've asked the trauma center to do that with the increase, it helps us be able to justify to the citizens why your tags went up. So, and trust me, I understand where that is, being a retiree and not having a state vehicle anymore, because I had to register 3 of them. So I get it. But that just helps us too. And I think for us as MSFA, we need to have that understanding that the monies that we receive through the tag fee helps us. So we need to do our due diligence as MSFA leadership to get that and broadcast that out as well. First Vice President Simpson is part of the VAP standards. I don't think there's any change for that. Folks will be going out around the state and just making sure that folks are in compliance with those standards. Each jurisdiction is different. The one thing to point out is that if you're going to purchase a new unit, make sure that it meets the Maryland standards. They have had a couple folks have VAP inspections that came without onboard suction. I don't know how you purchase an ambulance without having onboard suction. Make sure it's got the oxygen connection in. Make sure it meets the Maryland standard so you can function when you build your unit. We've seen a couple of those across the state. I'm not going to get into the EMS compact again. IV fluids with the hurricane in North Carolina, that wiped out a major manufacturing facility because there's only 2 of them in the United States. So it's been very hard to get IV fluid. So the paramedics and MIMS have sent out information about folks just doing saline locks and not hanging an IV bag. If the patient doesn't need fluid, don't do that. And then also look and make sure that you're not getting some generic IV fluid from some far off distant place, because it may not meet the requirements here in Maryland. So the folks that are ordering those supplies, they should be looking at that. They talked about, Dr. Chismar talked about the site visits already to the counties. They're actually hitting, like say, all the ERs and the base stations and making sure that folks are compliant with that. Tim kind of touched on the EMT recertification process. So starting in 2026, the new EMT recertification process will change. It will give you 15 hours of didactic and 9 hours of skills practice, and it's up to the jurisdiction to figure out how they want to do that. And again, if we talk about the registry, this aligns up with how you do the recertification process. It's going to make it easier for you, because some of the information the didactic hours, you will be able to do some of those online. That's the direction that we're able to do, so you don't have to go to a class, but you will still have to do 9 hours of skills. And Steve and Mifrey and I were a part of that last year, looking at how the skills part is going to roll out. It'll be up to the jurisdictions, but there was, again, when you look at what providers are doing, and we looked at the gamut, career, volunteer, those that ran a lot, those that didn't, those that were trying to blow the dust off of their certification cards, and we saw some pretty horrific stuff with equipment being applied incorrectly and so forth. So this will help the provider. So let's say if you went and did a skills recertification and you didn't do well with the practical skills, they're not going to hold that class up because of everybody else. You may be asked to come back in, we're gonna re-educate you. You're not gonna lose your certification, but we wanna make sure that when people show up to your front door, they're proficient in the skills. I gotta do that as a paramedic every 2 years, okay? So when people show up and they tell you at a training session and they say, well, you know, I've never been showed how to properly put in a nasopharyngeal airway, or I watched somebody put a backboard or strap a patient in a backboard incorrectly, or I watch you put a hair traction splint on upside down. Good thing the medical directors didn't see that one. And some other issues. We gotta address those, okay? So part of the new curriculum will be to help shake the rust off of what we do. It's not gonna be punitive. We're making this easy, and it's not gonna be like this rollout that we had with the EMT written test, okay? So this is 3 years in the making to get to where we are. So starting by 2026, MIMS, MIFRE, there's still ongoing conversations with them to make sure that we do this right. So we're gonna shake the leaves until we get used to the cycle, it's gonna be fine. I think that moving forward, MSFA would be very supportive in how it's going to roll out. It's actually going to be better for the providers. So but the didactic hours, it also allows the medical directors, when they see that, and Tim mentioned it, if we need to do more work for OB, if we need to do something for cardiac at an EMT level, it allows them to make those adjustments, okay? So you still got 3 years to do it. So don't wait till the midnight hour, just like now. And a lot of folks say, well, you know, I can't get into a class. Well, you got 3 years. Get your skills out of the way. They stay on your certification card. Once you get that, you're done, okay? And the same way for the 9 hours. You get your practical skills. Now I got 3 years to get my other 24 hours done, okay? If you do 8 hours a year, you're good, you know, but some people wait till the very last minute. So we need to change that. That's the provider. That's not the system. But everybody wants to blame MIMS or MIFRE when they can't get in a class. It's the provider not doing their due diligence to get what they need done in a timely fashion. Minor protocol changes that really won't affect you, affect us. I already mentioned about picking up your backboards, unless you want them to walk around Baltimore City and be part of the 10 cities down there. Come get your stuff. Can't emphasize, come get your stuff. If you go to the Shock Trauma Center, you now got to go through a weapons screening portal to make sure you don't have any weapons on you. So just be aware of that. And I think those are the highlights, unless anybody's got any questions. It's a lot of stuff, but we're moving forward. So and I guess the other question is, you know, we're really trying to align ourselves with what we're listening to what folks are saying. You know, they want everybody to do the same skills. So in the back of your protocol book, again, probably starting in 2026, there was a bunch of local options. I think there's 21 of them. What we have decided, the BLS, ALS subcommittees for MIMS, SIMSAC, and the EMS board is that once a jurisdiction picks a skill or has a skill and 70 or 80% of the state is doing it, we're just going to roll that into a protocol. And that way everybody can do it statewide, not just doing it jurisdiction. You know, RSI is probably one of those ones that will still be able, you'll do jurisdiction by jurisdiction. But we're hearing what providers are saying, that they want to be able to do what they're doing in Wacomico County out to Garrett County. So, and it gives the jurisdictions a year or two in advance to spool up in case they got to buy equipment to go along with that. So we're making it better. Providers are saying they want to do more skills. It's coming. So that's where we are.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Thank you. Maryland DNR Forestry Service. I don't know if we have a representative here or not. Okay. Maryland Fire Chiefs Association. I know Chief Phillips is at the conference today, so I don't think we have anybody from there. And Maryland DOT, Kevin Fox, I don't believe he has a representative here today either. Okay, and we're gonna move into the financial branch and then the convention branch. So there we go.
So good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
You should have received several documents in the report section, which would include the profit and loss, balance statement, and budget versus actual. Any questions on any of the numbers? Outstanding. We're
on the roll.
We're on a roll. That's a big part. So we are in the middle of the financial review, which is conducted by Fight Connor and Associates, which are located in Lavelle. They've been doing our accounting, checking for many years now. And they are working through both the SAFER grant and all of our general funds. So that report should be ready within the next couple of months, and they will then prepare the tax return for last year and file all that with the IRS. All of the checking accounts have been reconciled as of November 30th, and all of the Maryland local government investment pool accounts have been reconciled as of November 30th. So all of the W-2Gs have been distributed to the winners of the raffle, and our tax liability has been paid to the IRS for those withholdings. The big piece next is to take care of all of the 1099s, which will be for the widows and orphans, the Bessie Marshall Fund, and our staff. So we'll take care of those documents to get the filings for their tax returns. We need to have all of that done by the end of January. So we have been working on the SAFER grant to look at where we're going to be fiscally. It looks like the way our spending is right now, there's a potential that there'll be some funding left over. So we're reevaluating the different buckets that the money was allotted and try to make sure that we spend all of it before the end of the cycle, which will be November of 2025 is when the grant closes. So yes, we could probably ask for a short extension, but it's better to try and get it done within the 4-year limit, and so we're gonna work on doing that. We just received our 6th SAFER reimbursement for $231,314.87. The way that SAFER works, you probably heard me say this before, we have to expend the money up front and then submit receipts and then get a reimbursement payment. So the other piece that we've been working on has been the new credit card system. With the name change, we had to change all of our accounts, and that included the credit cards, which did say Maryland State Firefighters Association. So with the new cards that were issued under the new name and the new individuals that got cards, all of the reconciliation and policy reviews being completed, all of the card holders have signed the statement that says what they can and can't use the credit cards for, and all of that's been filed with our office. For the name change, we have completed the process with PNC Banking, received notice on October 23rd that the bank has recognized the name change and that all of our accounts will reflect that. We've completed the same work with the Maryland Local Government Investment Pool, which is all of our savings accounts, and we have done that also with the PNC credit cards. We've not been able to do it with the Bank of America credit cards because there is a set of cash rewards attached to that card. So once you spend, you have cash rewards. If we change the name, we have to close the account that we have and open up a whole new account. So we requested those cash awards to be refunded to us in a way of a payment, a check. So once we get those funds in, then we'll close the checking account, or the credit card account down, and then issue new cards. The reason that we have credit cards at both PNC and Bank of America is that certain times of the year, especially around convention, we may in fact exceed a $50,000 allotment, which is our max that we could use on the cards. Also with SAFER, you get multiple conferences that we're paying for, and we could very easily expend more than $50,000 in one purchase. So we have 2 sets of cards at 2 banks, each with a $50,000 limit. And yes, we could ask for a higher limit, but then there are other requirements for that. It's just easier to have 2 cards and just balance all that every month with our reconciliations. I had a chance to talk with Ron Block. We are going to go through a review of our workers' comp through Chesapeake Employers Insurance Policy. So we do that. We received the comments from last year's audit from them. Everything seems to be in line, but we want to make sure that we keep our workers' comp policy up. Chip, I know that's something that you've always wanted to talk about, and so I do have the audit report if you'd like to see it. One of the things that we did receive notice, I did brief the attorney. Odyssey Radio, which is part of CNN, has filed for bankruptcy. The connection is we used them for some of our marketing with radio ads during our last grant cycle. There's no liability on us, but since we were a customer at one time with them, we received notice that they filed for bankruptcy. We have no outstanding liabilities with them, no debts with them, nor do they owe us any money, but it's just a fiduciary responsibility to notify all customers that they filed for bankruptcy. I do have those documents if anybody, a matter of fact, I think the attorney still has them, if anybody wants to review that. As you know, the Executive Committee approved a loan to the Maryland Memorial Foundation in the amount of $200,000. I talked to Dennis Beard. He couldn't make the meeting, but they are working through the elements of the contract to get the work done that needed to be completed, and it looks like that we will be asked to provide those funds sometime in the March timeframe. Now, he did say that they are working through the state to get the reimbursement for it, which is how they're going to repay us back. But we're all waiting to see what's going to happen with the state and the budget. But that loan will have to be processed sometime in the March-April timeframe. Relative to PNC, we just went through a major review of all of our business procedures. The financial secretary and assistant treasurers were on the call. We're looking at how we can improve our credit card processing, which is used for the convention and some of the payments that come in. We're looking at the use of the credit card machines, Clover, and other elements, just to make sure that that's up to speed and automated as best as possible. Now, one of the things that PNC Bank did recommend is that we change our type of banking system to a Treasury Enterprise account. Basically, it's just a different format of how the bank account is managed. And what it does is it reduces our fees and our costs related to service charges. How it works, based upon the amount of money that you have in your checking account, you then get what they call credits for the amount of dollars that's in the account, and then the credits are used to pay the fees. So the finance team is recommending that we move forward changing to a Treasury Enterprise account. The second piece tied to that would be to open up a money market checking account. The reason for that is that if you look at your balance sheet, you will see that we are almost $2 million in cash in our checking account. None of that is making any interest. Our only interest comes from the Maryland Local Government Investment Pool. So if we move to a money market checking account included in the Treasury Enterprise account, we will start making some interest on those dollars that sit in that checking account each month. So that would be the second piece that would need approval of the Executive Committee. And then once those two accounts are established, then we will recommend moving some of the checking account funds back into MLGIP, increasing the savings amounts that's in those funds. So those are the actions that we would need to have occur, and that is the report from the treasurer, and I would now turn it over to the financial secretary.
Ron, one question. What is the temporarily restricted funds of the one MLGIP account? What is, it says temporarily restricted on?
That is correct.
What is that
So
restricted?
that is the funds we put aside to pay for the fire laws books. And, yeah, see, we have a couple things, fire laws books, and then also when we do the strategic planning, we may not do it every year. It may be multiple years before we do it again. So what we do is we take funds and put it in there to hold it. It's restricted for certain things. But because it's gonna be sitting for a couple of years, the only way we can make any kind of interest right now is MLGIP. So when we go to the money market, we'll be able to make interest there as well. But temporary restricted is for a specific project, and fire loss books are an example.
And the budget committee takes that into account as we budget each year, knowing what's in those restricted funds, knowing how much we need to budget. Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me a minute. Let Buddy go, then I'll go.
Everything is protected through P&C. Back into the same account. So for example, like the convention fund is close to, I think, like $500,000. It gets, unfortunately, the interest is low with MLGIP, but it's a guaranteed account. You won't lose any money, but you are making it. So we might make $1,000 in interest a month. Goes right back into that account. So it's done every month on a reconciliation basis. The interest is added in. The account is then totaled out, and then all of those reports are then verified secondhand. Bobby Jacobs, the assistant treasurer, verifies all the reconciliations once I complete them. So there's two people that are looking at the books every single month.
Hold on a minute, Steve. Go ahead, Randy. That's right, he's getting ready to bring it up. That's what I was gonna ask. Before we go any further, let's address your recommendations on your,
On the motions?
yes. I'd like to call on Executive Committee Member, past President Steve Cox.
I'd like to make a motion. The motion would be to direct the treasurer to work with PNC Bank to execute the following actions. Convert the current MSFA business account to a Treasury enterprise account, and open a money market checking account as part of the Treasury Enterprise Fund.
Randy. Second by Randy. Okay, a motion on the floor to approve the recommendations of the treasurer. Any questions on the motion? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Your ayes have it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, you're up.
Okay, my turn. Very short report. It's that time of year, the dues notices will be going out. They've all been loaded in QuickBooks, printed, enveloped, stamped. They're in a bag waiting for January the 2nd so I can make my annual trip to the post office. I do ask everyone wait until they get their invoice. That way we have it official and we can go ahead and get it into QuickBooks when I receive them. That's it.
What's the amount of the dues?
200 per
Thank
company.
you.
And the associate membership is $50, and we have 2 sustaining members at $250.
Under budget, we have not received any requests for any changes, modifications, or anybody that wants money. Having said that, though, we're beginning the process of looking at next year. You heard the treasurer talk about our money and what we're doing, and the budget committee's charged with coming up with a recommendation, and that would come through the finance team. But we're also in the process of beginning the preparation of next year's budget. So would like requests to start coming in.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Okay, I have Bobby Aaron, the Assistant Financial Secretary. She sends her greetings, could not be here today. Just wants to remind everyone who does have a credit card, please get the receipts to her monthly. She coincides the statements from the bank along with the credit card receipts. So she balances them every month. Thanks.
Thank you. Y'all done with the financial report?
That's all of us, yes, sir.
Hold on, okay. Teresa got some.
Mid-Atlantic Life Safety Conference was held last month, and the problem that we faced was FABSCOM doesn't have a credit card. And we went through 8 people at the hotel, and we had to do different things. Well, we called Ronnie and the financial team, and we wanted to say thank you publicly for allowing us to utilize the MSFA's credit card to pay the upfront costs for the hotel. When we met with them first to go over with BWI Marriott, we were never told we could pay. We were told we could pay with a check. And then at the last minute, we had to scramble, and he offered and we allowed. So we would just want to say thank you. And we have since turned the funds back over to them.
Thank you. Good job. Before we move to the convention committee, I want to ask Joe if he's got a report for this, since he comes under finance branch for the VCAF. Okay, y'all can sit right there. Just carry the microphone, Mitch. Mitch, taking the microphone, please. Thank you.
We have no applications today. As of November the 13th, according to Scott Gordon, the balance available to lend from the VCAF is $4,365,000. Now, there'll be another statement out probably next week. We expect to be about $4.5 million available to lend. With that said, after discussions with Craig and myself, we're looking at opening the loan application period in January. That'll run until the end of March. And we will have a meeting the first weekend in April to hear the loan requests, with our next meeting the first Sunday in April, if any appear. But it is imperative that everybody take back to their local associations and companies that please do not come to the VCAF committee with a signed contract. If you come and say you have a signed contract, we will not hear your application. We just can't take that affordability anymore. It's just too dangerous. So that is very, very important. And also, I talked to Steve Cox earlier today. Once again, we are requesting that the post office, since MDEM has moved to Hanover, Maryland, companies are now asking where to send their payments. We would like to keep that post office box in Reisterstown open for 1 year while the transition happens, so money doesn't get lost or mixed up. So Steve said he would talk to Mr. Strickland about that, and hopefully that can be resolved sooner than later. Thank you.
Anybody have any questions for Joe?
Mr.
Yes,
Chairman, that just comes within his budget, and we're just doing it.
Okay, thank you. Mitch, do you have anything on Ways and Means?
Yes, I do. Real quick. Since the last executive committee meeting, we've done $5,981 at Sunfest. We had 4 good days of weather. Darlington Apple Fest reappeared after several years of absence, and we did $1,149 up there. So far, right now, we have $11,301 in the bank. I've got almost $1,000 turned in today. Hopefully, Jarrettsville's doing a craft show today. Normally, I'm there, do about $500 in about 8 hours, 6 hours there. Hopefully, I got a crew up there working. We'll have some money there, so I may have another about $1,500 for the bank. Next big event we'll have will be Spring Fest, and note the date change because they're doing Boardwalk Rock, which shoved the car show into the Spring Fest weekend, which now puts Spring Fest into April. So, and I've already heard it because my wife's birthday is Sunday, so she said this may be the last Spring Fest we do because it's her birthday weekend. Anyway, that will be April 24th through April 27th of 2025, and we can use anybody who can help. And we had a little incident happen, and I've told Hartford Cecil and the Hartford County crew, but we actually handled we call it a PI rescue in our booth at Sunfest. We had a guy who was in a scooter, one of those scooters. He came up to the table to buy tickets. He never stopped. He hit the wrong button and he hit the table full force. Table flew in the air, money box went flying, tickets went flying, caught Darlene on the knee as he went by, and then the table came down on top of him. We actually had to perform a rescue to get him out from the table. So, you know, you never know. Don't turn your back, because I have my back to the table. I was working on tickets. So you got to be careful when you're out there. You never know where they're going to come from.
They were hurried about a ticket.
Yeah. They were from Falston, Hartford County, so I can't, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they bought tickets.
Good. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to the convention branch.
Convention branch. Okay.
Look, half
That's
of 'em
on me.
getting up. All your friends are leaving.
Well, that's the money, guys. They're going to go back and count some more. We'll get the convention together.
There you go. Got new friends. Got new friends now.
It keeps changing. All right. So a couple things that I want to touch on. The convention steering committee got together in Annapolis on Thursday to talk about some proposed changes and an update relative to where we are in planning for 2025. The first major piece that is going on is succession planning. And I think you probably know, but if you don't or haven't heard, Robbie Blackiston from Sutlersville has agreed to take over as convention chair. I've been doing this now, oh gosh, I don't even know. My first convention was when I was a sergeant in Prince George's County Fire, to give you an idea how long it's been from when we got involved with working on the convention. And that was a time when people like Ralph Small and Charlie Burton, Marvin Gibbons and Leonard King went to Prince George's and said, can you help us with, yeah, exactly. Can you help us with the audiovisual? And I was the management intern in the office, so I was the one at the bottom of the pile and got assigned that. So that's how long I've been involved with the convention. But let me say, I have no intentions of leaving. I have no intentions of stopping. But I firmly believe that part of my responsibility as a chair is to find younger individuals to come up and take over and help them to manage the convention the way it's been managed for the last 120 odd some years. So Robbie's agreed to take it over. He couldn't be here with us this weekend. His daughter's graduating, and of course family first, so he's doing graduation activities. But he wanted to make sure that he had relayed to each of you that his commitment is to continue to provide the best convention we can for our membership. So as far as succession planning goes, that is underway. Plus, if there's anyone that wants to be part of the convention committee, we're always looking for new blood. So please reach out to us. We'd like to sign you up and put you on one of the projects, whether it's a Go Team, AV, logistics, whatever it might be. So we're looking forward to that. Another piece, I had an opportunity to sit down with Mayor Meehan in Ocean City. Just a couple updates. The parking garage is back on the table to build a parking garage on the municipal parking lot in front of Thunder Island. So they are working through contract proposals, and then they will need to go to the Stadium Authority to get the funding for it. and they want to include some additional exhibit space. And I'm not exactly sure how they're going to shoehorn that in there. Roger and I were talking about it the other day, but there's a plan to add some more square footage to the exhibit space, somewhere in there. So the mayor did relay that the town will come back to the MSFA. We have been involved in all the legislative processes to get funding for the convention center. So at some point, the town will ask us to assist in going to the legislature to try to get that funding approved through the Stadium Authority. Happy to report that an escalator contract has been issued. I know, thank God. So they're working through that to replace both of them, get that done, and the contract has been signed. It's just a matter of getting the work in. The cost for the convention center has gone up slightly, nothing significant, but considering we get that entire convention center, all the space, all the amenities for about $36,000 for the week, that's the best deal in town. It's a significant reduction from what any other group, including the cheerleaders and all the other groups, pay. So that is kind of that return on investment for the way that we help the convention center. It helps us in a way of a major discount. Also want to announce that the mayor did mention that his prayer breakfast is on January 9th. So we're all going to propose to get a table for the MSFA to attend, and so we'll be looking for anyone that wants to go down to the beach and attend the mayor's prayer breakfast. It does start mighty early, I think 7:30 in the morning. 7 o'clock in the morning. So maybe some of those that live at the beach might be able to get there on time. But we do want to be able to support that. So relative to the convention committee discussions, a couple of things. First of all, the host hotel will be the Grand Hotel again. We're working through a contract with that. And the first convention planning meeting for 2025 will be on January 6th at Odenton. And we'll be working through those elements as we go through. Now, some items up for discussion. At the convention steering committee, we talked about reducing the number of exhibit days to 2, just 2 exhibits on Monday and Tuesday. That is a direct result of the input we got from the exhibitors. As we all know, the weekend hotel rates are pretty pricey, and a lot of the vendors were concerned about the Saturday rate for a hotel for their staff. And so we know that we really get 2 days of bodies down there. Either Wednesday's really late or Sunday's been really late. So we're recommending going to just Monday and Tuesday, 2 days of exhibits, both inside and out, and propose that to try. Second thing is we're probably going to just do classroom sessions only. The hands-on was a great idea for a while, but we just don't get the attendance. And I think it's the same issue we have as everything else. We're competing against the beach. We're competing against Secrets and Fishtails and all those other places that people want to go, along with family activities. So we're going to stick to just classrooms in the convention center for those days as well. The other piece is we're looking to maybe expand the trophies to include kind of a little bit more of a celebratory event, maybe some additional food, kind of have a closing activity when we do the trophies. We're going to look at seeing if we could, entice more people to attend, to see about the trophy winners, and to acknowledge those people that participated in the parade. We are looking, as part of the PNC credit cards I talked about with my other hat, we're looking at using QR codes for some of the ticket purchases. That's the latest and greatest with cell phones. So we want to talk about that a little bit. We're going to see how that works out with the credit card systems that PNC is going to propose to us. And one of the pieces that we need to fine tune, I've talked to Doyle about this, but one of the areas that we continue to get a lot of issues and concerns are the award ceremony, the award notifications. I think that we've had those discussions at this very committee before, but we need to address that downstream. I think Doyle was working on some ideas, at least he told me that the other day we met. But the one area that gets the most concerns from our membership is, in fact, the awards program. The last piece is one of the things we're recommending, and what we believe would benefit our membership, and this is a little bit different, but take the Thursday morning executive committee meeting, incorporate that into the Wednesday program. Not have a major program presentation on Wednesday morning, have the elements of the convention, and then go into the executive committee meeting, and then close that out, do the raffle, and then people go off to the parade. Here's why. A couple of things. It would allow those people that are in the convention center for those activities to see how the executive committee works and functions. It will increase, I believe, the number of people who have a better understanding and want to maybe get involved with the executive committee. And what it does is it frees up Thursday for people to have some family time, to consider doing other activities with their families, and it doesn't drag everybody back into the convention center for another hour and a half. Now, granted, if something major were to come up that there needed to be a major discussion or a major intervention of some sorts, we could always call for a special meeting on Thursday if we needed it. The time slot is there for the convention center, but I think what it does is it helps consolidate the package, reduce the main program so we don't have one on Wednesday, and incorporate the executive committee into the convention. So that's something that this group would have to approve, but it's a recommendation from the executive committee, from the convention committee. And no, we're not asking you to do that today, but I think you're going to want to kick that around, have some discussions, but it's a recommendation from us to consider. Yes? Would that expand the Tuesday session to an all-day session? So what we're also talking about Tuesday is eliminating a main program presentation in the middle of the awards, because that was a major complaint last year. So have all the awards together. Now, whether we did a program before the awards or after, but it really won't expand the time too much. I mean, last year, other than we had to wait to announce the raffle because we're set by our permit of when that has to be announced under the gaming laws, Wednesdays are fairly light. And if we took the main program presentation out and didn't have an educational session, we could have the executive committee session fill that slot. So I don't think it'll impact Tuesday that much. I just remember in the years past, Tuesday used to be an all-day session, and then they stopped it, I believe, when the lease act. They stopped it to where, like, lunchtime, we shut down and everybody went home. Right. Everybody went to the convention center. And then that put more stuff on Wednesday. Yeah, so what was happening was we were having educational sessions morning and afternoon. And so we reduced one of them as well. We wanted to try to give people time to get down to the exhibit hall. That's one of the issues that we heard. You know, I need to get time to get down to see the exhibits, and we want that because if the exhibitors are happy, they're paying the bills. So we also did have a discussion with the ladies' presidents, and they think that if we did that Wednesday executive committee, it should align with theirs so that their new presidents could still come up, address the executive committee, and then finish the business they need downstairs in D Hall.
And Tuesday has the awards, so that's the bulk of Tuesday. So like Ron just said, either we would have the keynote before the awards or after, but it's not going to affect the time for Tuesday at all.
So yes, it's changed. It's something different. But I'll be honest, we're trying to figure out how to keep people engaged in the convention. And I think that, I mean, the Thursday is nice for everybody to kind of visit and all that, but you have people that want to get in and get out. You got people that want to spend some time with their families. It's an option, and it's something that, you know, we could try, and then if it doesn't work, we could always go back. But we do believe that it would invoke more people to be involved with the executive committee as well.
And just so you all know, I do have a copy of the proposed agenda or program with the changes highlighted. I just didn't hand it out before we sat up here, but I'll hand it out to everybody so you all have a chance to look at how the timeline works for each day.
Anything?
Kate, you mentioned about the awards and the keynote and the position that they were going to be in. You know, because sometimes you probably have a keynote that's coming from a considerable distance. Should the keynote be ahead of the awards? That way we actually have people sitting in the audience.
That all depends, yeah, and that's up to.
I would make that a motion that we do that, because I I would not like to have a keynote show up and then nobody's there because everybody got their awards and then they left.
Right. Yeah, so I mean, ultimately, I mean, that the way we were thinking about it and, you know, is to have it before. And this way everybody sits in on the keynote and the place is packed because they're waiting for the awards to
They'll sit there
start.
for their award. They know they're going
Right.
to get an award.
And it's only a
so-
45-minute keynote, so it would be, what I'm assuming it would be before the awards.
I mean, I think that would be our better option is to have everybody sitting there and listen to the keynote and then do the awards after.
Right, and Kenny Bush and I spoke about that earlier, that, and with Kate, that's one of the discussions. The issue is, though, not to break up the awards. Once we start the award program, have it run through.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Have the keynote and then do the awards. That break it up.
Right.
Oh, yeah, no, that was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, because if you do the awards and everybody's going to leave and then you got a keynote and then there's nobody sitting there.
Correct.
Yeah.
Am I correct, the air show hits our weekend this year?
In the front end, yes.
Okay, I thought along.
And
So
that,
book your hotels now.
and that piece to go to moving in for the exhibitors on Sunday is also a key point for this year because hotels are going to be at a premium for the air show, so it'll help our vendors not have to shell out thousands of dollars for that, for Saturday night.
Questions? So
Anybody
the
have any
executive,
questions?
the convention committee is going to meet January 6th.
Yep.
We're going to kind of fine tune all of this, other than what the wishes of the executive committee are with your meeting on Wednesday. And I'm assume, Mr. Chair, you'll probably have some kind of discussion and then let us know downstream if you want to try it. It's your decision, not ours, but that's the recommendation of the convention committee. Okay? We can do it
Yeah,
then.
he's gonna meet in January,
Yeah,
We have to
we need
present the
we need
program to your next
soon.
executive committee meeting,
Yeah.
so we need to know
but, okay.
thereabouts.
So you need a decision today now, or you wanna wait till after
Mail
you
out.
get
The
convention
program,
committee
mail out.
meeting?
Goes out.
If you want to make a decision today, feel free, we'll take it, but if you want to have time to discuss it,
All right, give us a few minutes here. Go ahead there, sir.
I'll make a motion that we support the recommendations conceptually.
Get your hand up, you just scratching it, ain't you? Yeah, his hand up. Hey. Dale, go ahead. Okay. You got that? Steve and Dale. All right, we have a motion on the floor to accept the recommendations of the convention committee chairman and support his changes at this time to move forward to his committee meeting. All in favor? Hold it, Ryan. His meeting's on Wednesday morning. So,
The new
yeah.
guy's Wednesday morning.
he'll already be sworn in
Charlie,
Tuesday.
yeah.
He'll already
He
been
swore in
through the
Tuesday
installation
night,
Tuesday
and
night.
Wednesday's
Yeah,
his
sworn
day.
Tuesday night.
Does that help you?
It's all Charlie then.
Charlie, you gonna be around?
We'll find out Tuesday night if he's gonna be back on Wednesday.
If you stay over there by the skip, you still snowed in.
Okay, we got a motion. All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion so carries.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, something else?
The only thing I have is that the RFP is still out for instructors to teach at the beach. It will be open till January 15th. We have 10 classes already. We have a couple more that I'm going to work with Steve and Mifrey to have some in-state sessions in our schedule instead of bringing a lot of outside contingency in to teach. We're going to try to use some in-house as well. The skills will be on Saturday and Sunday again as usual. That seemed to work out well the last 2 years. And also the exhibitors will open on January 1st as well as some other registrations online. We're working for the next couple of weeks just to get the convention website up to date with all of the 2025 information. So if you see anything now, it will be up to date by January 1st. And if anything after January 1st, please bring it to my attention, but there should be ready to roll by January 1st.
Thank you. Randy, you got anything?
Yes, we still are welcoming new or anybody that want to join the convention committee. As you well know, we got the same folks that are not spring chickens that are doing the most of the grunt work. So any and everybody or sisters that we can are interested in joining to help us, we welcome it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Let me see, transportation branch is up there, Bill. Wayne, Transportation Committee, Wayne's up, and then President's Car Committee. Next up will be Legislative Branch, Legislative Committee, will be after these guys.
Good afternoon, folks. Just a couple things. We've had some problems with folks applying for tags and their name is not on the registration for the vehicle. The member of the fire company has to be on the registration of the vehicle in order to be able to apply for tags. So they're being rejected and sent back. I sent out with the minutes or the notes a form that I made up a letter for old logo. If you see somebody with the black and white FD tags that are before the 5,000 or the 55,000 series, you can put this on their windshield, use it, and try to get them to renew and get their new logo. Faded tags, saw a couple out in the parking lot where the paint's falling off. There was a bad batch, so if anyone wants to get tags, doesn't cost you anything. Just fill out a VR9 form and send that into the office. You can get the tags replaced, and they are replacing it with the same number. We have some delinquent recertifications still. We're 2.5 years out from, the initial recertification push with the $10, and we're now 2.5 years away from doing it again. So some companies we know don't have any at all because they went to their own company tag logos. So please have your reps send in that we don't have any so that we can note that, because it looks like they haven't recertified. And if they haven't recertified and someone is applying for a tag, we're not going to honor it until the company recertifies. So they're not going to get their application processed or their issue taken care of until that company recertifies. There are a couple counties which I passed out of what I had as far as our lists. Frederick, Washington, Kent, Queen Anne's, and Caroline, we've heard virtually nothing from as far as the company's recertification. So we need to get on those folks to get the recertifications done. And I had a question about Orange Easy Pass, the non-revenue Easy Passes that we have. They are Maryland only Easy Passes. You can attach a credit card to the serial number on those tags if you take your vehicles out of state, like Delaware, New Jersey, or wherever, to have work done or go to conferences, meetings, and such. But they'll send you a bad boy notice that compounds itself until you pay it or get it taken care of. So please know that they are non-revenue. Sometimes you'll get a pass, mostly from Delaware, if they see it's an emergency vehicle, like you're going to Ocean City or something. But a lot of times they'll send you a bad boy notice, and you got to pay a fine and a fee and such. So if you have administrative vehicles that are going to be going to meetings and such that are out of state, I would attach a credit card to their serial numbers on the Orange Easy Pass, and that way you don't get zinged with a big administrative fee from an out-of-state transaction.
Anybody have any questions? Okay, President's Car Committee.
Go, Mitch.
Okay, I'll start this one. As Wayne just said, the MSFA vehicles, I believe we're using Ron's credit card, is attached to the account. So when we take our vehicles out of state, it flags, not flags, but it will charge our account the appropriate fee, and then it goes off of his card. It's either his card or my card, it's one of them. but they're being paid, so we're covered. We have a recall that I just received yesterday on the auxiliary Durango. President Stephan has the notice, so she'll take care of that. The only other thing going on with the president's vehicles, well, actually all of our vehicles, we currently have 11, counting the trailers and the cars. The name has been changed on all the titles. We received new titles. Secretary has them. They'll be going in the safety deposit box at the bank. Same thing, we have 11 tags that were received. We have the new tags that says the firefighter on it instead of fireman. Some of the cars have those changed. I have them, the rest of them with me today. I'm going to go downstairs now and start walking around the parking lot. This is for the trailers and the cars, whatever we have here, and switching out tags. And also have new registration cards with the new name on it. And be doing the same thing, putting the registration cards in the vehicles. And I'm going to have to track all the trailers down because they all have to be switched out also.
That we're in the process of wrapping trailers so that people know it's our trailer, and it also serves as advertisement for the Maryland State Firefighters Association. So you'll see a lot of that with the trailers as we can track them down.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions? Thank you. Next up, legislation branch. Teresa for the legislation committee report. Thank you. And then the federal oversight's next. Harv Woods, Fire Laws Book, 17 State Circle. And then Bob Cumberland for out of state.
Good afternoon, everybody. As you know, the legislative session begins on January 8th. This morning I tested parts of my system to ensure it was working, and I did send to some of, but not all, the legislative Friday meetings. Those meetings will be conducted at the Taylor Avenue Fire Station in Annapolis at 10 o'clock in the morning. We do have a virtual platform that you can call in on. And the Monday afternoon meetings, Sam did send out that to the caucus group, and that will begin that Monday following the first session. We have not seen any pre-filed bills yet. We don't have that ability as of yet. I just looked at the system, it's not there. They're testing their issues. I was actually on a couple of weeks ago looking for something else, and I know someone that sits in the senator's office, and I called her because they actually had the start date wrong on the site. So as we were talking, they were able to correct that. So they didn't even know that they had done it wrong. I will be testing the Thursday report process on our side. I did set up my MGA account again this year to ensure that that's working. And going forward, if you don't receive the report, please let me know. I'll get you on there. Again, it'll be broken down for the fire laws, broken down for the fire marshal, you know, all the ones that we're supporting. I do know that the juvenile laws are a hot topic right now. The president, the speaker, and the governor have been called out by various groups about the crime rate that the youth are dealing with. And we might see more laws changed. Speaking to a juvenile services coordinator in Kent County, we have a 17-year-old that has 3 malicious burns, and we will be talking to him because he should be facing charges, but because his age, they were able, well, he's 17, he should have been charged, but at 14, it's kind of caps it, but they put him into the program. So myself and Fire Marshal Childress will be meeting with him Monday in Kent County. What is unique about this year is there are a lot of positions being changed around within the legislature. Following some of them, the governor is moving some people around. Lukey is now going into a different role. He's going into the budget role, so that means his position opens up. So we'll be seeing and waiting to find out who that person is. Just knowing there's about 7 positions that the governor is moving people around. Either people are leaving or they're taking another within his cabinet, and then that they got to find to fill it. So other than that, Chief Phillips and I did meet about some of the things that we're concerned about for this year, and we had talked a little while ago, and I think the biggest loss, what we know is some of our, which is not a loss really, but we've had 2 people that were in the Maryland State Legislature. They're now either a senator or a congressman for the United States. So I really think that that will help us on that level. So there are people we could go to. So once we know more about what this session is going to look like, I do know that the budget is a major issue. Again, this morning they reported that this is the worst that Maryland's had a budget in the last 25 years. So it's evident. The state police, I can tell you the state police budget was cut a couple $1 million, and the fire marshal's budget wasn't really affected in that because we're just like a little cog of that, but still it really changes the way the state's taking and moving things around. Other than that, waiting to find out what the pre-filed bills will be. I'll know more, and then we'll just start. And then I do know that the LA MSFA side, the ladies, they've already talked, and we have people coming in there, and we've got the schedule all set up. So I do know that Chief Phillips has the paperwork for everybody to go get their badges, and that you have to go to Annapolis for that, and then that'll be scheduled out, and then just waiting to see what happens this general session. I don't know, we'll see.
Questions for the legislative committee? Question, sort of piggyback, you were talking about the deficit. The state of Maryland pays $5.4 million to the IRS when we find. That's on top of our current deficit. To settle a lawsuit where the state of Maryland had to pay out an additional $54 million. That's on top of the deficit we already have. Have you heard anything about Senator Carey bringing back her 911 bill? She's been visiting 911 centers around the state. I was wondering if you heard anything about bringing that back up.
What is she trying to do?
311?
Well, okay, so let's talk about the 311 issue. 311 issue will not state, as a statewide 311 system, will not work. That has already been discussed to her. I don't know why she keeps on doing that. Yeah, okay, so I'm just gonna keep, well, yeah. The comments will be stayed in my head. But what's unique about the 311 system is it's based to your county, and I don't understand why she's trying to manipulate this away. She has been told countless times in other hearings that it's not gonna work, not just by the 311 people in the counties itself, by current state legislators that work with her. So I don't understand why she's doing it. She is the chairman of the 911 board, or whatever she is in that fashion, so she is going to be going to 911 centers, because I think that's all she's got. But that's what it is, and we'll see, but again, I don't know. We can't see any pre-filed bills yet, so if she's done something, I have no idea.
Thank you. Federal Legislative, Harv.
Thank you. We have a little bit. As I noted in the report, I believe you all have my report electronically. Capitol Hill is obviously rather unsettled, to put it mildly, at the moment. Trying to follow appointments for the incoming administration. One of the things there is all of the attention is focused on cabinet level appointments, secretary of this, secretary of that. What we need to keep an eye on, what I'm trying to do, is see as soon as I can who the incoming people will be, such as the U.S. Fire Administrator, Director of the National Fire Academy, the Superintendent actually, I think is the title. deputy directors in FEMA and so forth, the people that will be having at least some interaction with the folks like us who are out there with boots on the ground getting the job done. So I'll continue to follow that. Hopefully you have a report on all of these positions for the next meeting, if they should be done by then. I mentioned the OSHA situation. We've kicked OSHA around a couple of meetings now anyway, and thanks to Past President Cumberland keeping an eye on things down there as well. It looks like things are going to be dragging a little bit with this proposed upgrade on OSHA regulations. I say that based on prior history. The incoming administration is not too keen on tightening up what government agencies can, yeah, I got that backwards. They don't want to tighten up any further on what legislative actions that the various agencies can take. They want to loosen them up. So what the incoming president will do with OSHA remains to be seen. No administrator has been appointed as of yet, to the best of my knowledge. We're just going to keep an eye on it and hope for the best there. But indications are that this may really be a very minor thing in the end. I have here a copy of a statement issued by Department of Labor back in September. It didn't receive much attention at the time. There's a couple of sentences in here that indicate that OSHA did not do their homework when they started on changing the regulations in regard to volunteer organizations and volunteers themselves. They sought information, they got it. They got hit over the head with it. There was a public comment period that was open. It was extended. And they got a lot of comments, most of which, if you read between the lines, most of which probably took them quite by surprise. Oh, as it looks now, I believe this will be a very slower process. There won't be a mad rush to implement anything for OSHA. The only other thing I have, there was action, even though Congress had been in recess, there had been action on a bill that provides through 2028, it will provide $5.5 million a year to continue to fund the National Firefighter Cancer Registry. That in itself is a big step in the right direction. We keep that going. And last, there's been legislation in the works, but I don't have a copy of it, that to allow, excuse me a second, to allow Medicare to reimburse first responders, probably in most cases be paramedics, paramedic level, or EMTs where there are no paramedics available, who provide emergency medical services to patients without transport. Right now, my understanding is right now that if you're going to bill a patient for services, there has to be transport involved. Any paramedics in the room know better than I, please let me know. If that is the case, this proposed legislation will allow paramedics and EMTs to take care of patients at their home or workplace for minor incidents and still be able to submit for reimbursement for doing that.
That ties into what Past President Sloan said earlier about telehealth and giving doctors or
can't do right now, so.
comment officially, but there is a problem going on right now with one of the major ambulance billing organizations. I don't know if anybody else is having any problems with it, but down our way, there's been some problems. And I think it's going to get worse before it gets better. So if y'all are engaged in the ambulance services and you bill for services, you keep an eye on what's going on with your operation there. Just a tip. Any questions? Thank
Just to add on to the OSHA thing, what Chairman said about OSHA has now reopened another comment period, and that comment period I think runs to January the 17th from when they shut down the public hearing. The next day they opened up another public comment period where you can send comments in. So if you still haven't sent your comments in about how this will affect you, I would recommend that you go ahead and do it now, between now and January 17th. Also, one other thing we got to remember, Maryland is an exception to this rule because MOSH can write their own rules. They can't be less than what OSHA's rules is, but they can be more. And there are 28 other states in the United States that fall under that same situation. These states, there's a lot of states that says that OSHA doesn't affect us. Well, maybe they don't, but in the 29 total states in the United States that they have their own OSHA organization, those organizations can do whatever they want into the state to make it more than what OSHA is. So I know with the committee here in our state, they're looking at that, and I think they're working with MOSH on that. But you got to remember, we are exception to that rule under OSHA.
Go ahead.
We meet on the 22nd, but, you know, as you said, even the folks that don't think they're under OSHA guidelines, and I was invited to go out to West Virginia here just about that and from the previous year. And their fire marshal was saying they're not a MOSH state. They actually brought somebody in from OSHA, from their capital, and said, even though we're not an OSHA state, we still have to abide by the law. There's no way you're getting out of it here. So, and even let's say this doesn't go forward, MOSHA has told us here in Maryland that they still want to move forward to have some regulations on how we function as a fire service.
Right.
So that is still on the table, even though it may not go nationally. Locally, MOSH still wants to move forward because of the fire-related deaths that we've had with our firefighters here. So we still have to pay attention to that.
Right.
So just don't think it's off the table just because the elections occurred and you got new people coming into town. So it's still on the table, and that's still dollars and cents that we're going to get tagged to. So, and we went through all 800 pages, line item by line item, you know, to try to protect us for MSFA, MIMS, MIFRE, Maryland Chiefs, the different Metro Chiefs. I mean, so that's ongoing, and like I said, we've got a meeting coming up next week to go back and hit this again. But Harvey, you mentioned a question about EMS billing, and I'm kind of, is that local, or is that something that we need to do here, or do I need to address it like SEMSAC or EMS board? Is it something locally with your EMS billing outfit, or?
The federal government, one side of the federal government has passed legislation.
Yes.
In the hands of the other side now to approve it or not.
And all that does is align that when you show up for, when you show up for a service, typically some of the folks that are doing EMS billing don't get billed when they show up. This would allow them to actually charge for them, the EMS providers that are doing billing, to actually get reimbursed for that couple minutes that you're there. But you got physicians saying, okay, let me sign off, the person can stay there, and you're charging that fee for service, so you're just not doing that at no cost, because that's what you're system's built onto. So that's a plus. You show up, here's my basic cost, and they're just trying to recoup that. So that again gets rolled into the mobile integrated health that we're doing. You know, people are setting these processes up, but they don't get reimbursed back.
Eric, I think to answer your question, I think, yeah, we ought to follow up, keep an eye on this.
We are. I mean,
Locally.
it's not. We hadn't forgot that. I mean, let's just say that we're at odds with where Motion wants to go and what we want to see happen.
I know I had walking pneumonia, and I called the ambulance. They come up, took my blood pressure, and said, "You don't need to go to the hospital. Go see urgent care." Just 3 days ago, I got a bill for their coming to my house and telling me that from my local EMS department.
Yeah. Well, and again.
And I understand that. Yeah. But I took my own blood pressure before they come too. Took
Well,
my
that's
own
what I'm saying.
temperature.
And, you know, we're showing up, and that's what we shouldn't be doing is having providers show up and do that, and then something happen.
Right.
Yeah.
And we see that at the EMS board. That's what I'm just trying to folks to take back home is that when you show up, do patient care so that we don't have and get somebody falls in the cracks.
Right.
That looks bad on us.
All right, let's move on.
I think Harv also alluded to, some of the major ambulance billing companies got hacked over the summer and past year, and that's a big issue also. So if you're using some of those companies, they've not been able to give us back the funding that we took calls for. So that's a big issue.
That's jurisdictional. That's not
Yes, that's
statewide.
jurisdictional.
Yeah, so I wasn't sure if that was some global approach.
Let me do him while he's up there. All right. You ain't got nothing. Anyway, out-of-state coordinator, you're out.
Yeah, two states I've been able to make contact with. Of course, you've got my written report, I hope. West Virginia this year is in our backyard at Charlestown at the casino. Their meeting will be at the casino, and the hotel's right next to it. The big change in our partners to the north is Delaware. They were supposed to go to Wilmington because it was supposed to be in Newcastle County this year. They're going back to Rehoboth Beach. And the hard part, as our convention committee knows, because we booked a convention center years ahead of time, Delaware's convention's going to be all parts up, different places. Part of it will be every other day at the convention center because they couldn't get that date that they hold their convention at the convention center because it had already been booked for some other stuff. So like we normally attend the memorial service and the luncheon when we go on Thursday. Well, this year the memorial service is going to be on Wednesday and the luncheon's going to be on Thursday. So, and their business meeting's going to be on Tuesday. And for the ladies, everything's going to be on one day, on Tuesday. Their luncheon and their meeting will be all in one day. So just wanted to give you that. Also, I have, because rooms were hard to get, working with their secretary, Emma Steele, I was able to hold a block of 8 rooms for MSFA. So I do have the availability of rooms if anybody wants to go down to Rehoboth Beach for the Delaware Convention for the 23rd to the 22nd, or 25th, I'm sorry.
No, September, right?
22nd to the 25th.
Of September?
Yes. And also talking with the executive director from Virginia. Looks like the Virginia State Firefighters Association and the Ambulance Association are going to split again. So if that happens, I think Virginia will go back to August, and we'll go back to Hampton Roads. But that has not been officially made.
Okay. A fire law books. Thank you. Alice, 17 State Circle, Frank, you got anything? I knew you were up there somewhere about law.
Can I do my historical and archives too when I'm here? Somewhat same. I was out State Circle well, it's been a little while ago. I updated, they have plaques inside that have the officers and the administrative people on the plaque. Normally you can just, take the bottom and move everybody up and just have to do one, but every time we change the committee chair or we change somebody else. But anyway, I've got those are updated. They've been there for a while. It's been a little tough because they've been working on the Capitol building, and I have to sneak in about 6 in the morning and get what I have to do before the inspector person comes by. But that's done. I checked. We have a heater down underneath the building since we put the sprinkler system in. That's set at 40 degrees. So if it gets below 40, it heats up the floor. So that works out pretty good. Historical and archives. We're back in business with the firefighters room. The lady practically cried and told me, please don't give it up or Marriott Corporation would take over the whole place. So I had a community service kid, so we went back up and we cleaned it up, moved some stuff around. I took pictures and I'm going to give to our administrative people to go ahead and update those. So they're back in shape now. Anybody got keys for State Circle, let me know if they want to give them up, if they don't need to go there anymore. I've been screwing around with Kate. I go every other week and change the lock when I know she's coming so she can't get in. So, but anyway, that's basically it. The plaques in the MSFA office, which are our Hall of Fame, they're all updated. The ladies' plaque has not been updated because they have, I think, 5 people going in and they only have room for 1 or 2 people. But their committee on the ladies' side is looking at purchasing another one, so we can keep that going. That's it, sir.
Thank you. Anybody have any questions of Frank? Thank you. Emergency Services Branch. It'll be the, we need a short report, Eric, if you got one.
I think I gave it to you.
You already done SIMSAC, I think, this morning, didn't you?
No, I already covered SIMSAC, so I don't think I
Okay, you got anything for emergency medical services?
No, I mean, I gave everything under mine when I was up there. Killed it already.
Okay, how about the ALS subcommittee?
No, there's nothing
Is
going
there a
on
representative for here for that? Marianne? I don't see her, I didn't see her.
Nope, I covered all mine under there, Mr. Chairman, so
BLS is done?
Yep.
Okay, moving on. Constitution and bylaws. Lee? Yes, sir, right there's phone.
All right, you all should have gotten my report electronically. The only thing I'd like to remind you of at this point is there have been no changes submitted yet, but the final date for changes is March 17th. According to Article 7, Section 1 of the Constitution and Bylaws, that's 90 days before the opening session. Everything that is submitted must come by that date. Now, one of the member companies can submit or the executive committee, but it has to be in the hands of the Constitution and Bylaws Committee by March 17th. And that's really the extent of my report.
Thank you. That's Charlie's Thomas. Okay, thank you, Lee. Past President Dave Lewis, Grants Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Started on a personal note, I want to thank everyone who called or sent me a note. Two months ago today, I guess I had an unexpected medical episode. I ended up in the ER, in the ICU, and whether you listen to the nurses or the doctors reported I arrested or I didn't arrest, but all I know is I had 1 round of CPR on my chest, so I know what resuscitation feels like now. So, but I'm well. All the other tests have come through clean, and I'm back to I'll say a new normal. How about that? So I want to thank everyone for your thoughts and prayers. And Chaplain coming to see me and there. So I'd like to offer to you this morning, this afternoon, the Grants Committee report. Right now, the FEMA Grants Office is smack dab in the middle of the application period for their fiscal year 2024 AFG program. Applications will be submitted through next Friday at 5 o'clock, so hopefully anyone that's planning to apply for AFG is well on the way and has either submitted or will there. We have $291 million available for grant awards in fiscal year 2024, which is a reduction from the $324 million that we had in the previous year through the NVFC channels and the other major fire service organizations. We tried to get a plus up, but we actually ended up with a drop this year. And so we're going back in fiscal year 2025, depending on how the budget funds out to get that money back. Kate had mentioned something about SAFER opening on Monday. That was the plan, but SAFER and FP&S have been kind of pushed off till after the first of the year to get through the holiday period, and they haven't given us a firm date yet. Again, if you're planning on working on the fiscal year 2024 AFG program, there'll be office hours this week coming. FEMA has some office hours posted on their website. I, through the National Volunteer Fire Council, have office hours on December 17th and 18th where people can come online, talk about if they have questions relative to the grant process, what's eligible, what's not eligible, what they need to do with their application. I've actually offered to host an online office, so that'd be kind of interesting. So all the guidance documents for AFG are online. Again, there was some information that went out over the last 2 weeks from me, looking for anybody that might be interested in serving as a peer reviewer for any of the 3 grant programs. It's really a great opportunity for people who are involved with the grants process to learn, because you'll read a lot of other departments' applications and learn from that. You'll see some good ones and you'll see some bad ones. And I do that every year for the last 20 plus years. Again, we're looking for that. We had a little bit of an issue last year with really not enough volunteers. And part of the fairness of the grant process is that only volunteers will read volunteer applications. Only career will read career applications. Combination departments can read either one. But again, there. So the peer panels are set for early February for AFG and late March, early April for SAFER and FP&S. You can do it either in person or virtual. I do recommend that anybody that's doing it for the first time, they do it in person. That way you have somebody like me that you could tap on the shoulder and say, I don't understand this, what does this mean? Rather than try to interpret things and end up scoring applications unfairly. So we're working through that. I recently had the opportunity, in September I wrote an article that appeared in the printed edition of Fire Engineering magazine on how to manage grants. Dave Rhodes, the editor from Fire Engineering, actually contacted me and asked me if I would be willing to do an online webcast, and I just did that this past week, and both the article and the webcast are available online. So we continue to work through the grant process. It's not what we'd like to see. We'd like to see about, when you get $2 billion worth of requests each year and you got $300 million, it doesn't go far. And the cold hard fact is 80% of the applications will be turned down. And that's not because they're not good applications. It's not that they're not needy applications. The fact that there's just not enough money. And so through the work we're doing with NBFC and our other major fire service organizations, we're doing everything we try to do to get the money up. But we wear the wrong uniform. If we put a cop badge on, we'd probably get 5 times as much money, but unfortunately that's there. So if any questions, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Dave? Thank you. Sergeant at Arms, and then investigation committee be up. I want to see Sergeant at Arms not moving too fast. Go ahead, Ron. Hold on a minute. I'll see her back. You got anything to say, Laura? She's Sergeant at Arms. Oh, she's good, okay, no report. You're up, Ron, thank you. Huh? No, I don't want, here, this one.
It's got,
It's blue.
How about now?
there you go.
The investigation or slash background check committee has developed a document that has been reviewed and approved by Attorney Farlow, and I would like to meet with the executive committee in an executive session to review this rather than bring it on the floor of the whole committee.
Do you want to do it this weekend, or?
We can if you like. It might be timely. Won't take long.
Okay. Suit everybody to do a few minutes after our meeting today. Meet with Ron. Okay. We haven't done yet. We got a couple more to go, but not many.
Thank you.
Sir, you got something to say? I probably said you had something to say. Oh, he just had a panic attack. Thank you, Ron. We will have a meeting, a short meeting after this executive committee closes today. And you can meet outside, but I'm not. You go outside when you got to, but not to meet. We can probably go downstairs in the lounge room. Used to be the meeting room over there by the elevator. It should be okay. If not, we'll get some. There's Dave. I didn't know you. Over the library? Yes, sir. Okay. We'll walk across the parking lot to the old library right here. That's our administration building. We ain't gonna stay, sorry. Okay, thank you. Next up, you got anything else, Ron? I'm sorry. Thank you. Training branch. I don't know, training committee, is anybody representing the training committee
Training
today?
committee submitted a report.
They are.
The training committee submitted a report, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. That's the fire chiefs. That don't have nothing to do with us. That's a different organization. Tim Delaney's over there. Thank you.
MICRB is not here, MIFRE-TEC is not here, MSPQB is not here. We do have Mr.
Safety
Black.
committee's here. I saw the chairman back there.
Yeah, I was gonna say Mr.
Chief
Black.
David Black.
And we have Mr. Barry on base.
Nobody here for cadets either?
Nope.
Huh? Wait a
No.
minute. What?
Thank you, sir. I feel like I'm in front of the state senate again for hearings. First off, President Carey, can I get a note from my wife, because she's canceled my note for today? I've gotten about 20 text messages.
You don't want no note?
It's her birthday, so she's, but we'll get through that. I'll call you when it's time for me to be buried. Okay. I sent my report in electronically. I had some concerns. We started out with the new safety committee. We were running, and then it stopped. I had a goal to have the schedule of meetings done as reported. I got 2 before my deadline that I placed on myself. I tried to get one out west. I tried to go regionally. It didn't happen. Just the communication with the contacts I was given just didn't work, and I didn't get replies back. So we tried to get one. We moved into Western Enterprise. Everything went well, and I fell on my own sword because my mentor to my back right here goes, you know, you scheduled it on a Saturday because you always meet on Sundays, and then explained to me why I was getting all of these folks that weren't going to be able to attend. So we did a Zoom. So we did get the meeting in by Zoom. It was completed, which went well. We went over our new goals for the year. We reviewed all of them. Everything went well. So that's where we stand right now with that portion. I did go to Symposium on the Sun. The class that I got the most out of it was on the lithium-ion batteries. I was fortunate enough to be put on the Governor's Commission by President Carey at the state level. I'm on that commission. We've met multiple times. I have submitted that full interim report from that committee electronically. I'm not going to get into the ins and outs of that, but it's there for your review. I brought in all the laws from FDNY and all their reporting issues that they're having with their incidents, so Maryland can look at it. The commission has two folks that were in the room earlier today as well on it. Director Cox and Ken Bush are also in that committee with me as well. We're moving forward, and that committee will continue on until December of next year. And it's got folks on it from the recycle side of the business all the way through to the sales side. So it's very in-depth. I'm getting not a lot of knowledge out of it also. But the state of Maryland is in the forefront with a few other key states in the nation on looking at the lithium-ion battery issues and putting legislation in place. Let's see here. We are looking right now of getting all of our new placards and stuff done with the new nomenclature for the name. We're going to review those so I can get those ordered so they're done by convention of next year. I've approached Kate, and I've got to follow up now because now it's January soon. We want to have a joint booth at the convention with the MFSA and FFCA safety committees joined together in one, because it's one face, it's one front. We focus on different things, but to get the message across, we want to stand together during that time. And then our next meeting will be February 9th. It's going to be at Hanover at the Chart Building, so it'll be a tour/learning session there on that topic. I do need some help, though, from the regional directors, executors. We're trying to get statistics on cancer testing in the state. I know we have a cancer committee, but we're looking at it a little point, at a different view. We're trying to figure out those agencies that are doing testing, if any of your members have been flagged or have come out, because I know there's HIPAA involved with it, and said that, hey, this test has found something that's wrong with me. We're trying to gather some of those numbers up. And we can't get that unless I get the support from the executive committee and my committee as well, to go out and ask for that information. I don't want names, I'm just looking for numbers. I do have a contact with one of the testing companies, and they are trying to get those numbers together for me right now, just to give us some idea of what that test looks like when we test in the state. Because if you don't know what's going on, you can't come up with a resolution to try to improve the challenge that you're facing. Pending anybody's questions, that's all I have.
A question on what you want names for. If we're doing cancer testing and what the status is, how many people's has cancer, has been detected with cancer.
Who willingly admitted that they've had a positive from that test.
Yeah, gotcha.
And whatever if you test 50, say Ocean City tested 50, and you've got 3 that have come back and said, hey, I've had issues with this, and I found out because of this test. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yep.
How many have tested and how many have admittedly come back and said, hey, I've got an issue that was flagged during this test?
Yep, we've done a couple cancer screen tests at Ocean City with Career and Volunteer.
Yes, sir.
And
And Salisbury's done the same.
I can't give you the results, but I will get the results for you.
Understood. And I've got them from Salisbury, because I see them. That's something they do all the time. I know my agency that I'm with now just tested, and it's found 2 already. I was flagged myself. Fortunately, when they removed the growth that I had on the inside of my jaw just 2 weeks ago, it came back negative. But they thought that's what it was. They thought that's what it was. But fortunately for me, it came out negative. But I'm still on that high risk. I got to go back and be tested again here in another month or so because of all the other flags that are in there.
We've had some for follow-up.
Yes, sir. If that gives you gentlemen what I'm trying to find. Any other questions, sir?
Randy, you got a question?
At least 2.
Oh, okay.
I'll call you, sir, because I got to get to the wife before I get buried. Say again? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir. I'll wait for you. I got to get.
Rural Water Supply. Steve. Tell him I couldn't see him.
Good afternoon. My report submitted electronically, so I'll just hit the highlights. We've had two fairly successful drills since the last executive committee meeting, one at Preston and one at Waterwitch. So we are continuing to schedule events as we can get hosts. There's a fire in Kent County about 10 days ago that really proved that our word's getting across in some of these trainings. We had an event 2 years ago in Kent County, and the big issue that day was it took a very long time to set up the fill sites because there was no standard method that anybody was working together with about filling tankers. Fortunately, we got that message across to them that day, and Kent County has done some SOPs countywide, how they're going to set up tankers for fill, and it really showed off the other day. I saw a lot of positive posts and information about this fire, and they were able to get a really good water supply set up very quickly, and it was because of some of the standardization they've done since then. So we were really happy to see that. And we continue to be invited out of state. We were invited both to Pennsylvania back in the end of August and to New Jersey back in November to participate and evaluate drills in those areas. So we're getting recognized outside of the state, and we're really proud of that. So, any questions?
Anybody have any questions? Steve, thank you. Thank you for your work on that committee too. It's proven, like you're saying. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have the past President Sharon Worthington for the Betsy Marshall drawing. And you have the last chance to buy some tickets before she gets up here.
He said better work quick.
We can leave, I talked with President Dave Fitzgerald, we can leave our stuff in this room and it's going to be secure. Thank you.
Since so many people either leave, they don't come back tomorrow, whatever, we're going to draw this today since there's not names on the back of them. The winning number is 547878.
8 what?
878.
Thank you.
Was it you?
I got it right there. It's yours. You got the same number. Man.
Way to go.
I see
All right,
ya.
Roger. Thank you all very much.
See, when you have your meeting outside, you got something to wrap up in, so that's
I was wearing that on the way over there to the library. All right, do we have anybody that needs to report today before we proceed to close? Where's all your help at, man? Where's all your help at? Oh, get out on working. Okay, I'd like to call Chaplain John Long up for the benediction. And we'll see y'all at, the meeting starts at 9 o'clock, but breakfast starts between 7:30 or 8 o'clock, Dave? 8 o'clock tomorrow, breakfast. It's a continental breakfast. Thank you.
Please join me in prayer. Father God, we give all thanks to you today, Father, for the direction and guidance you gave us. Father, continue to be with us as we fellowship together this evening and continue with us tomorrow as we rejoin. We ask this all in your Son's name. Amen.
I have 5 tickets left for Winter Fest of Lights.
Meeting adjourned.
2 over there.
Yeah. All executive committee members, just stand up here somewhere. He said something to me this morning, huh? No, we gotta get a picture. gotta get a picture here though. He asked me, I don't know if you were standing there when he said, how come I didn't tell him that I was wearing a Maryland bow tie? I said, I wasn't supposed to tell you. If you look around and notice, we're all wearing a Maryland bow tie. Surprise and shit. Everybody together somewhere.